Good job. You, back. Go, go! Oh no!
13-10-1.
Let's go.
14-10-1. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Panpacs Currumbin 2022. My name's Dylan Kimlin, and as you can see, we are currently watching some of the players warm up for a bronze medal match for the Open Mixed. On one side of the court, in the bright orange, we have Gordon Watson, and he's playing with his partner Remy Marrock. She's hitting with him currently in the pink singlet. They will be versing Bruce Winther and Annalise Bolton. And Bruce is wearing the grey top and Annalise is wearing the bluey, 2 shades of blue coloured dress. Now, this should be a pretty interesting game. These guys have just finished their playoff matches to come through to the finals. We have, I believe they're using an X40 outdoor ball for the pickleball fanatics out there that would understand what I'm talking about. For anyone else that doesn't understand what I'm talking about, typically an outdoor surface, we use an outdoor ball. As you can see, they bounce really well on these surfaces. Now, we are currently playing at Currumbin, which is on the south side of Queensland in Gold Coast. Absolutely beautiful day. It is a little bit blustery. A couple of clouds hanging around, but overall, beautiful day for pickleball. Temperature's definitely starting to warm up, and we'll see how that goes, if that affects play later on. But my understanding of this game will be a 3-gamer through to 11, win by 2. Now, typically what happens there is Bruce pulls off an ATP to warm up. That's wonderful footage. Typically what would happen there is that the first 2 games will go to 11, and then the third game, the players will swap it at the points of 6. Now, I'm not entirely sure if this game is being officiated or not. If not, I will call the scores as we go along. As you can see, Bruce is spinning his paddle. That's a very traditional method in pickleball to determine who serves and who receives first. And it looks like they're just having a good old chat. And they're talking about exactly what I'm talking about. You can see them pointing at the top of the paddle. But whenever they've determined who is serving first, we'll go from there. There they go. They're making a decision now. So it looks like Bruce and Annalise will be on the left side of the court. And Gordon and Remy will be on the right. So we should be good to go. Alrighty, so the players are just having a chat. Annalise Bolton to serve, 0-0-2. Unfortunately, Remy knocks it into the net there. Now you'll notice that Bolton and Winther are doing what is called, oh, we just had a ball on court. It's 1-0-2, by the way. But Bolton and Winther are doing what is called stacking. So what that means is that the player with the dominant forehand typically stand on the forehand side of the court if they're using their right hand as Bruce knocks it into the net. Now that doesn't apply for Annalise, as she is a lefty. Okay, 0-1-1, Remy to serve, side away. That's a nice little tap there by Bruce. Okay, so I've had a guest randomly pop in and say hello. So this gentleman by the name of Taylor Smith will be playing in the Open Mixed Gold Medal match after this event. Absolutely wonderful to have you here today, Taylor. How are you doing?
Good, Dylan. How are you, mate?
Oh, it's pretty good. Pretty, as I was saying earlier, absolutely wonderful day for pickleball.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? Just that little bit of wind makes it a little more difficult, but the challenge is always good on court.
Yeah, and I believe the score there is still 1-0-2 as we've had a swap in server. Gordon goes in for the attack. Nice reset. Oof. Lethal by Annalise.
Good attack.
Lovely shot.
Lethal Annalise.
Yeah. She's scary when she hits it hard. So I'm just waiting to see what the score is from Bruce. 1-1-1. Thank you. 1-1-1. Winther to serve. So how have your games gone today, Taylor? what's the surface playing like? And you mentioned the wind already.
Surface is good, but that change of ends at 8 is very hard to adjust.
Okay.
Especially if you're warming down one end and you haven't had a chance to hit into the wind or with wind.
Yep.
But the challenge is... Oh, thank you. Yeah, the challenge is good. Been some good competition. We had to verse Gordon and Remy in the semis. And we just got up 15-10, but they were playing extremely well.
Yeah, nice. I believe it's 2-1-2. We'll wait for analysts. Yeah, it is 2-1-2. Bolton to serve. That's a lovely return by Gordon. Nice high one.
Oh, Bruce.
Ooh. Bruce normally licks his lips at those ones.
He loves them. That's not like Bruce.
Yeah, so 1-2-1. Watson to serve. That's unfortunate. 1-2-2. Marek to serve.
Ball on court.
Ball on court. So, Taylor, you will be playing in the gold medal match. Who are you versing against?
We will be versing Dennis and...
Oh, lovely shot by Annalise. Is it
Dennis.
Gale as
Gale,
well?
Gale, that's the one. And then in the men's open, we'll be versing Bruce, who's on court currently, and his partner, Roddy. So that'll be good. So it'll be a good challenging match, that one.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Like, I've always sort of, as we got the ball about to roll on court, I've always determined sort of regions within the pickleball scene. So this is a bit of a Gold Coast versus Sunny Coast,
Isn't it?
final with yourself and the men's. Great defensive play here by Watson and Marek.
Oh, great gets, Remy.
Oh, what a shot by Gordon. Oh, unfortunate there. It was a very nice rally. Good intensive play there. If you, actually, let's talk about that, Taylor. How do you find, if you're at the net, what's your sort of go-to to keep players back? What do you aim for?
Well, my tactic is I always try to dink on the line,
Okay.
that kitchen line, so
Yep.
I'm not too close to the net and unless errors occur. But I'll always actually try to push them back and forward at the same time.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I never probably have about 3 of the same balls
Yeah, cool,
is
cool.
what I go for. So if I do 2 short, the next one has to be a long.
Yep.
And
So,
just keep mixing it up.
so try to be a bit unpredictable.
Yeah,
in
for
that
sure.
regard. Yeah,
Otherwise, you know, you can actually get a player in routine, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
so
good to know.
they get a bit confident and then game can change just like that.
Yeah, just waiting for Annalise to call the score. It looks like we've had a timeout, by the way, guys. So Gordon and Remy are coming back on court.
A couple of quick loss of points there too, so probably a great time to actually call a timeout.
I believe that was 5-1-1 by Annalise. So typically a timeout for the viewers at home is when, well, that's a nice call there by Remy. Typically use a timeout when the opposition team has momentum just totally swinging their way. You want to kill it. Is there any other particular times you might use a timeout, Taylor?
Probably in singles when I'm fatigued. But that hasn't been for a long time, which is good because I haven't played a singles match. But typically when they're on a good run, especially in the finals at Nationals, we called a timeout at 8-5 and then we didn't lose a point after.
There you go.
Which is pretty big, you know what I mean? So if we probably hadn't called the timeout, I think the score could have been very different.
That's 7-1-1, by the way. Look at this piece of paper flying into the crowd. Great catch to the people in the crowd there. All right. Thank you so much for that. That'd be a Schweppes classic catch there.
Bruce.
So I'm going to assume this is 7-1-2. Winter to serve. 8-1-2.
8-1.
Nice deep return there by Remy.
Oh, great
Beautiful.
return.
And as we were talking about earlier, Gordon hit another long shot there to keep the pressure on Bruce. And as a result, a low percentage shot there to result in an out. 1-8-1, Watson to serve.
Oh, communication.
Yeah. Well, middle is a riddle.
Yeah.
We all get caught by it. So 1-8-2, Marek to serve. So you mentioned singles earlier. Are you playing singles tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to give singles a crack tomorrow. I've actually got half day off work, which is pretty big.
Yeah,
so I'm
nice.
looking forward to it. I'd give up pickleball for work any day of the week.
It's gone long. 2-8-2.
So it'll be exciting.
Not many better reasons to have a day off work than
Oh.
playing pickleball, especially here at the Panpax
Nah, looking forward to it.
Masters. Brought to you by Gem Life. So it's 2-8-2, Maroc to serve. Unfortunately, it's just gone into the net, so 8-2-1. Bolton to serve. So let's talk about the lead that Bolton and Winther have here, Taylor. So when you find yourself with a considerable lead, what's the process going on mentally? Like, what are you trying to do to keep that pressure going?
Well, it's actually quite hard, Dylan. It's very hard to keep focus, especially when you're kind of on such a good run like these guys.
It's a great shot,
yeah,
Bruce.
perfect run. But you just got to be complacent and just keep trying to do what you're doing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you can only control yourself too,
Exactly
which
right.
is massive. So, but just a couple of words of advice. And try to encourage your teammate if they're slipping a little bit. But that was a great shot, Remy.
Yeah, there's that down the line shot you were
it
just
was
talking
perfect.
about. Yeah. Mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
So 10-2-2 from Winther to serve. So we'll notice here, Annalise as that goes long. So it looks like Winther and Bolton will get the first game. And you'll notice here that the players will swap courts. So it was a bit of a quick one, but
yes, very quick.
It'll be interesting to see how the both teams respond. Obviously, this is a set of 3 for a reason.
Yep.
And we've seen many comeback games. Even the match that you had prior to this with Gordon and Remy, they were on a bit of a run.
Yeah, they had a great run. I think they probably won 6 points in a row, I'd say. And so that actually makes you feel a bit nervous too.
Exactly right.
All of a sudden, they've pulled some really good shots out.
Yeah, so you notice here that both the teams are just sort of having a chat what to do. If you've just suffered a pretty big loss, what are you saying to your partner? Like, come on, what can we do?
I think you just got to probably mix it up. Yeah. Obviously, what you're doing now is not working. And I know if I was versing these two down this end, I'd definitely have some tactics.
Yep.
Maybe just try and move Bruce around, try to keep low.
Yep. Fair enough.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But they are with win now, Gordon and Remy. So we could see if this makes a bit of a difference too.
There's that relentless pressure by Winther.
Yes.
So that'll be side away, 0-0-1, Bolton to serve.
Some of the strongest forehands in the game probably on this side over here too.
I was about to mention in the last game that Annalise is a lefty and Bruce is a right-handed player. You're a right-hander, hey?
I'm right-hander.
Yeah.
Yep.
So obviously a lot of people that are watching at home might not necessarily understand the difficulty there can be to playing with someone with an opposing hand. As Gordon hits that into the net, so it's 1-0-2. Obviously, your forehand would be your strongest shot.
Yeah, for sure.
But as we see Remy pull off a couple of smashes here, Gordon coaching.
Great smash, nice and deep.
Yeah, nice. Hit the toes.
Yeah, didn't have power, but had the perfect placement.
Yep. 0-0-2, Winther to serve. No, 1-0-2. No, it's 0-0, I'm pretty sure, because Bolton served first. But anyway, so when you're playing with a lefty or someone with an opposing hand, communication's so much more important, isn't it?
Oh, it's crucial.
Yeah.
Dylan, crucial. Especially these two. I think they did say their tactics at the start too, which is kind of good. Clarity at the start, which is pretty big. And I think they kind of know, even though being first time together, what's middle and what middle looks like.
Exactly right.
Which is cool. So.
Let's just go on into the net. 2-0-2.
There's the forehand.
Unfortunately. But, yeah, for our, I guess, players at home that have never played in a tournament, they might play recreationally, but have considered playing in a tournament as that goes long, unfortunately, on Remy's serve. I think, it's something that tournament play is different. It's a totally different beast. The nerves kick in. Gordon's checking the wind. He's a character.
Tournaments play completely different. I think a lot of these people that actually come from Victoria and Sydney, etc., too, actually haven't really played a lot of outdoor pickleball too.
Exactly right.
And I've heard a lot of people say that.
Yeah, it's a lovely point. So that'll be 2-0-1 Bolton to serve. Yeah, well, I mentioned earlier in the broadcast that they're currently using an X40 outdoor ball, but that struck the player.
Oh, well done, Gordon. Saved it.
So Gordon landed in the kitchen there. I'm actually curious to see what the ruling would be there, because no, that would still be good.
No, he's okay. He's okay.
So if you strike a player, obviously we'd never endorse this, but a lot of the times it is accidental. The player that struck the ball would win the point. Well, the player that hit the ball into the other player would win the point. 3-0-2. Winter to serve.
Well done.
Yeah, here's that net pressure we were mentioning. Bruce comes in for the poach.
Oh, yeah, it was.
It's just gone long. 0-3-1. Marek to serve. Oh, that was a nice long serve.
Great depth on the serve. Oh, unlucky.
Relentless at the net, these two. 0-3-2.
And are you still playing pickleball, Dylan?
I am. Unfortunately, I don't get to play much anymore, but we're still running. My partner Emily and I are still doing stuff out of my field, and I've actually been a lot more heavily involved with the Sunshine Coast community.
Yeah, awesome.
Got to meet the... Oh, look at Annalise go. That just drops over. It's gone long. Yeah, I got to meet the wonderful people down in Moulton City Pickleball. Big shout out to them. They were very lovely one day to come out to one of our Thursday night sessions. It was really nice. So 3-0-1, I believe it is. That's a great shot by Bolton.
Beautiful shot. Great lead.
That's nice. A lot of forehand rolls there. That seems to be the common trait of this game at the moment.
Looks like I feel like they're both pretty heavy hitters of the ball, these guys. So
Yeah.
I feel like if it's a fast rally, it's going to be just stay a fast rally.
As we say that, Bruce mixes it up with a lot.
Great shot.
Oh, unfortunate by Gordon. And let's talk about that. So if it's windy conditions, do you typically hit it harder?
Probably with the wind, I try to go a little bit softer, but definitely going into wind, I go as hard as I can probably. But then you got to complete. Oh, come on!
Oh, there's that wind.
And that played a massive part on that. It looks like that was actually going quite long.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's landed middle court. But I actually probably prefer playing against the wind.
Yeah, fair call.
Yeah.
That's just gone long. There's that wind. It's starting to play a big part in this game, actually.
Just picked up then, didn't it?
Yeah. And we've had a timeout call. So you might notice, I'm not too sure if you can see it with your cameras, but Annalise has actually put her paddle on the ground. Now, the reason for this is typically, if you're like me, you might be forgetful. If you go off to have a drink of water, or you might, go and just for whatever reason, because in a timeout you're allowed to leave the court, you might forget where you actually were on the court. So by Annalise doing this, she's placed the paddle on the ground with the ball. That shows that she was the server, and that's the position that she was just in. So as a result, there's no confusion, because you can actually get pinged from it if you have an official, and you come back from your timeout and you serve from the wrong location. It's actually a fault. So it's a very smart way to just sort of
clever play.
Just get yourself out of trouble. And we're back in the game.
Great lead.
It's just gone long by Bruce, unfortunately.
And I've been pinned for that many times. By the time you both walk off, go to your bag, grab a drink.
Yeah, exactly right.
You got no idea when you come back, typically.
I believe that was 6-0-2 there by Winter, but look at that.
Great
get. What a recovery. Unfortunate. Now, I believe Bruce is using a Franklin paddle at the moment, because I believe he's the Australian ambassador for Franklin.
I believe he is.
Yeah, good little bit of trivia there.
Cool.
So that's 0-6-2. It was. So 0-6-2, Gordon to serve.
Great serve, Gordon.
Relentless pressure there by Winter. Beautiful shots. So that'll be side away. 6-0-1, Bolton to serve.
Such a good tactic, that short serve too. Not many people actually have that in the game, that what Gordon has.
Yeah, well, it's a high difficulty shot, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Especially when on a windy surface. There's a lob recovery. Beautiful by Gordon.
Great to get back in that. Very smart shot.
Great rally.
Beautiful rollover there.
Yeah, 17-shot rally there in the end. I think a lot of composure there. So 6-0-2 by Winter's serve.
Yeah, has to be better than that.
Puts that away. Beautiful shot. I think momentum's slightly going towards Marek and Watson here. Obviously, they are heavily down, but their shots have been very solid.
There was a very big point before when that Gordon got the lob over Remy's head.
It's just gone long.
So a bit of positivity comes back to your mind then when you kind of win a bigger point.
Exactly right.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, you start to back yourself a bit more, hey?
For sure.
Pickleball is definitely a confidence game. That's 0-6-2. What's in the serve?
And when you back yourself, you're a complete different player too. So if they can just get a little roll here, I feel like they can probably do what
that's a confidence shot.
they nearly did to us. So
we're talking about
just a shot like that, yeah.
That's a beautiful shot by Marek there. Drive it down the line.
That was a great shot.
1-6-2. Watson to serve. Now you might notice that Watson's applying spin on his serve. This is, as I say that, it goes long. Commentator's curse is a real thing. So that'll be 6-1-1, Bolton to serve. But currently, in the current rules, I believe the spin serve is still legal. However, that will no longer be the case. I'm not entirely sure when that rule actually comes in as Bruce comes through.
January, I believe, or December. We're coming up to it pretty short.
It would make sense it starts next year, right? But obviously, for any officials watching on the YouTube channel, they can chime in the chat. Unfortunately, Gordon hits that into the net.
I can't wait till it goes too.
Yeah, some people despise it.
I am useless when it comes to the spin serve. A lot of people can disguise it so well, left to right, right to left, and it's quite hard.
Bruce pulled the trigger a little bit early there, but yeah, it'll change a lot of people's play style here in Australia.
For sure.
Because there are some people, 8-1-2, there are some people that definitely, I guess, rely on it a bit more.
For sure. I've lost a lot of points on that spin serve, so I can't wait till it leaves.
I imagine you're in the majority there as well. There are quite a lot of people that dislike it. So it's 1-8-1. Watson to serve. There we go. There's the spin kicking in.
I'm sure if I liked it, I'd want it to stay though too. So
yeah, exactly right. Oh, if you use it, I mean, it's just another weapon in the arsenal, hey?
Isn't it?
Yeah. 2-8-1.
Get up, Remy.
Bang. Annalise does not mess around when that ball is in her green zone.
Not on that forehand.
No. It's 2-8-2, Marek to serve. That's a great drive by Marek. 3-8-2. Gordon's just going for some positive vibes.
Bit of paddle love.
Yep.
Oh, Remy.
Good return though, nice deep.
Great return.
Yep.
Good death there by Bruce.
So it'll be 8-3-1. So in the pickleball scene, people, we mentioned the high five earlier. So it's just struck the net. Typically you touch paddles. It's our form of a high five.
Yeah.
Other people I know that don't play the sport have seen that happen in the past and wonder what on earth are these guys doing. But it's a good thing. It's a nice thing. So I believe that's 9-3-2 Winter to serve. Yep. That's a great drive by Bruce.
Beautiful shot by Bruce on the backhand.
And, you know, especially in the Australian scene, that backhand drive, there's only a select few that can do it really well, hey?
Yep, for sure. I think I find it quite a hard shot, actually, being a one-handed, and coming from a tennis background of two-handed, being my favourite shot too. Great shot, Gordon.
So that was match point, by the way. So we're currently 3-10-1, so Watson and Marek retain the serve side away.
Be great to see a little comeback here,
Yeah.
Dylan.
So it's 3-10-1.
Get up, Remy.
Oh, lightning fast hands.
Well done.
And that's just gone out. 4-10-1.
Great get. Yeah, good call.
It's just gone long.
Great dink there by Gordon.
Yeah, recovered it, pulled it out.
Didn't he?
I believe it's 5-2-1 currently.
I feel like that's a great play there for Bruce. try to get him low and bending down.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 19 plus mixed doubles.
You might hear in the background.
Yeah, basically 19 to 64. So we've thrown everybody together.
Yeah, for sure.
That's 5-10-2 currently. That's an absolutely great rally there by Watson and Marek. 6-10-2.
Here we go, a little momentum change here. This is massive.
Yeah, that was an absolutely brilliant third shot drop there too to pull that off. So that's 7-10-2, I believe. Yeah, and that shot is bread and butter for Bruce Winther. He will take that every time. So we'll find out the score from Annalise here, 10-7-1. So once again, match point.
Here we go.
Okay, so Group A, you're going to Court 1. Edwards.
Yep, so that is now 10-7-2, Winther to serve.
And that was a massive net court there by Gordon, which is awesome.
Yeah, and now we've got another fight back here. You asked for a comeback, Taylor, and here we go. So it's currently 7-10-1. That's Watson to serve. That is a great long return.
What a great shot by Gordon. It looks like the other guys have actually dropped their intensity down a little bit too. And that's where we talked about before, that 10-2 up can actually be sometimes a bad thing too.
Well, I guess it's that, you know, the constant pressure as we have a nice little shootout. Beautiful shot. Confidence surging from Marek and Watson.
Massive. Here we go. This is exciting to watch.
So I believe that was 9-10-1, which means, if we get to a 10-pointer, the scoring system changes a little bit as that's just gone in. Great effort there by Remy, but unfortunately not fast enough.
The wind helped Bruce there too. It just kept going further and further away from Remy.
So it's 9-10-2. So what happens if two teams equal, as it's a beautiful shot by Bruce, if both teams get to 10, you play to 2. So essentially the winning team would have to win by 2 points total. So typically it's 12-10, for example. But as a result, the games can go for a lot longer than expected.
Great dink. Oh!
And that's a speed up. Bruce has copped 2 of those this game.
Poor Brucey, just get your body out of the way, Brucey.
So that's 10-9-2.
It actually looked like that was probably going to hit back fence on the full
I
there
think
by
it
Gordon,
would've.
but
Yep.
it's never a bad tactic. Not that you try to hurt someone, obviously, in pickleball, but one of those things.
Yeah, well, I mean, a speed up is definitely utilised. That's a great drive. And go for a dink
Well,
early.
poor Remy, I smashed her last game accidentally.
And that's it, all over Red Rover. That's a wonderful shot by Annalise Bolton
well
to finish
done.
it off. So the bronze medal will go to Bruce Winther and Annalise Bolton. But, you know, full credit to Gordon and Remy there. That was a good fight back.
That was a great fight back.
Yeah.
Got 7 points there to their 1 at the end, so well done, Bruce.
Yeah.
Good job, mate.
That's a wonderful effort. So
On the comms, mate. I'll put a good word in for you.
So, no, thank you so much, Taylor, for jumping in. I think
That was awesome.
you imagine your game's on very soon.
I think I'll be a couple of hours, I think. They might try to get a couple of other divisions off. I believe our mix is at 1, men's is at 1:32, and I look forward to joining you at the women's doubles
Yeah,
final.
by all means, jump in for that game.
Should
That'd
be
be awesome. But, okay. Yep. So, while we're just sitting here waiting, we'll obviously thank the, I guess, the sponsor of this live stream, and that's Gem Life. You know, I know the pickleball scene has been wanting to watch games because I know there's a lot of players that can't currently make it to Gold Coast, but you know, at least we have the privilege of being able to watch. So, thank you so much for that.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. And I will say, if you are local and you're not down here, you're missing out. It's an absolutely beautiful day. That wind has picked up, but as a result, we're currently sitting under the shade, and it's
Quite nice, isn't it?
quite lovely. Yeah. Be a good day for fishing.
Yeah, and
But-
if you are in the area, I think 2 o'clock is the start time. There's going to be some really good games actually happening. So, and the good vibe is actually going on too, which is awesome.
It's really relaxed. Everyone seems to be having a good time. Lots of laughing you can hear in the crowd, and I think everyone's just having a nice way to spend your Sunday, really.
Ah, it's great. Beautiful day.
Who's to say who's young, who's old? Compared to who? Age is complicated. You see, most people really stop getting older at age 26, but their bodies just don't get the memo. So, hidden inside most over 50-ish-year-olds is the soul and spirit of a 26-year-old, with the same loves and desires and hopes and dreams, just in slightly different packaging. Why waste time wondering when you could be enjoying? It's your life, and life is what you make it. So, what are you waiting for?
keep going. I'd have been knocked down 1,000 times. Yeah, I traveled around 1,000 miles. Feeling so tired, but you know I can't stop now. Came way too far, won't throw in the towel. It ain't looking real good, but I won't give up. Pac said that I gotta keep my head up, so I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, I'm standing right here. Demons all around, but I ain't got no fear. You can keep me down, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going in rounds. Yeah, the guns will blow, but these moves too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. In the fire now, but I won't be burned. I was waiting for this, and now it's my turn. Sweat on my face, blood in my eyes. Been underground, now I aim for the sky. Now you can last longer. All these moves only making you stronger. Don't give up now, yeah, you gotta climb. Go and give it to all until the end, till the end. Been through a whole lot, but we overcome. Enemies in our face, but we ain't gonna run. Never drift off.
Okay, we are live back here at the Pan Pacs Currumbin 2022, and currently what we are watching is 19 plus mixed doubles. On the left side, you've got Shooten and Bergen, and they are versing the Nicholson duo. Now, this game is a playoff match, as we go straight into a... Oh, Janine's copped a ball there. But I'm just waiting to hear from the score from Janine. 1-0-2, thank you, Janine. Now, I'm pretty lucky in that I have another guest speaker with me today who has just played in the game that we just witnessed with the bronze medal match by the name of Bruce Winther. How you doing, Bruce?
Great to be here, Dylan. Thanks for the invite.
No, thank you for sitting down with me. It's I think I'm pretty blessed. We've got a very good seat here to watch some good pickleball.
It's good fun, yeah, absolutely.
As Hendrik has absolutely plummeted that ball. Now, it looks like it's been a side away while we've been talking away, so I think it's going to be 0-1-2. I'll just double confirm. Yeah, so 0-1-2, the Nicholson duo to serve. That's a lovely deep return there by Hendrik. So, run us through your game, Bruce. How did you find the the conditions? Obviously, the wind came into play in that second game.
Look, the conditions are pretty tricky because the wind is blowing heavily down one end to the other. So you just got to be careful when you're hitting with the wind you don't overhit it.
Wow.
Well, that's a put away.
So that would be 2-0-1.
And then when you're hitting into the wind, you've got to just hit that a little bit harder, a little bit higher, so you make sure you get it over. But you change after each game, or after 8 if you're playing to 15, so it evens out.
Yeah, exactly right. I think it's just a condition. Unfortunately, that just goes into the net. Just a condition you got to work with, hey. And I think, as that looks like 3-0-1 from Janine. Oh, she's hit it into the net, unfortunately. But besides that, like, obviously, I was fortunate enough to have Taylor sitting next to me, and we're sort of chatting about how Annalise was a lefty and you're right-hander. So
That's right. So we had a bit of a tactic. We've been really thinking about how we'd play because that was the first time we'd played together. And when we watched Martin and Sarah play, who are the top doubles players, mixed doubles players in Australia, Martin on the forehand, he hits the big forehand drive, and then Sarah comes across with her left hand in the middle and tries to put it away.
Yeah, right.
And we were trying to emulate that. We were trying to get me to hit a decent forehand towards the middle of the court,
Yeah.
and then Annalise to try to come in, intercept and put it away.
Yeah,
and look, it works some of the time.
Yeah, no, that's really good to know. I believe that's going to be 6-0-2. Hendrick and Janina on a bit
Well,
of
they're
a run.
hitting with the wind at the moment, so you
Yeah.
can see their serves are going quite deep.
Oh, no. The old middle.
Oh, got the left-hander.
But no, that's really good to know from a sort of a strategy point of view, because
Absolutely.
a lot of players, you know, if you've only played 1 or 2 tournaments and you sort of want to take it up to that next step, that's a lovely
It's a
drop.
good
by
drop.
Janine.
Yeah.
This is the sort of stuff you got to talk about, hey?
That's right, yeah. And we were stacking as well, so
Yeah.
we were taking advantage of the fact that we wanted that forehand in the middle as much as possible. So Annalise was trying to stay on the forehand side as much as possible, and
Yeah.
I was trying to stay on the backhand side as much as possible to keep the forehands in the middle again.
Yeah, and I did briefly mention it during your game, sort of what stacking is, but essentially that's, as I was talking about earlier for the viewers, where you essentially want your forehands to have majority of the ball if possible.
That's right, yeah. And you're playing to you're trying to get them to play to your strength,
Exactly right.
rather than them taking advantage of what might be a potential weakness.
It's 1-6-1, by the way. Nicholson just did a beautiful serve down the middle. A bit of a dink rally here. This is good. Oh, unfortunately,
It's always who's going to be the most patient.
yeah, exactly right. It's 1-6-2.
It's actually quite interesting to see who goes hard first in a dink rally, and often they're the team that loses the point.
Yeah. Oh, there's that wind coming into play. So I believe that'll be side away. 6-2-1.
Henrik, I played against Henrik yesterday, and he's got a good heavy serve, and when he's hitting with the wind, it's going to be quite difficult to return.
Yeah, he has a lethal forehand too.
There you go. That's a good example.
Yeah,
He's hit
yeah.
the back line. It's still pushing through the air, and it's very hard to return.
Should be 7-2-1. Thank you, Hendrik. No, it's a interesting thing I brought up with Taylor earlier. He was saying that a couple of the guys that have come from interstate were struggling because they typically play on an indoor surface.
Yes,
Yeah.
and the Tasmanians in particular, and I think quite a few New Zealanders are playing mainly indoor as well.
Yep.
It's quite different, you know, you've got the wind, you've got the sun, but also the ball bounces a little bit differently. You'd use a different ball too.
100%.
Yeah, so I must admit, even though I don't get to play indoor much anymore, I prefer it because you get a very consistent bounce.
Yeah, and I guess
But
there's no
we're
wind
playing
either.
almost all the tournaments outdoor now.
Yeah. That's a fair point, as we've got a side away, so I believe it's 2-7-2. Nicholson to serve. Unfortunately, that's just gone inside. So when you're serving, we might as well talk about this rule while we're talking.
Sure.
If you have to serve in a diagonal motion, if it lands in the other side of the court or out, or in the kitchen for that matter, oh, that's a beautiful shot. It is a fault. Unfortunately, that's happened just then. That's a great rally there by the guys, and Shooten will now serve 7-2-2. But yeah, talking about that, I
Good
mean,
serve again.
if I was playing in New Zealand, I think I'd want to be indoors as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Down there. So
And Tasmania.
yeah, exactly right. Very fair point. So because something similar happened in the game previously, but the players are currently swapping sides, so it must be a game
They
to
must
15.
be playing to 15, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 8-2-2. And the reason we do this, Bruce kind of touched on it earlier, but the wind is unpredictable, but usually is either favouring or being a pain to one particular side of the court.
That's right. So you want to even out over the course of the match.
Yeah. So that's 9-2.
And look, your
That's a
tactics are
great-
quite different when you're hitting into the wind. You really do have to hit it, make sure you hit it a little bit harder, but also deeper, higher. So you want more elevation so the ball goes over the net.
Yep.
If you hit it harder, it's just going to hit into the net.
That's a very fair point. And that's just gone out. So it'll be 3-9-1. So what have you been up to with yourself, Bruce, lately? Are you still involved with state level or club level committees?
Yeah, look, I was PAQ president, Pickleball Queensland president, secretary, for 3 years, but I'm on the committee now.
Yep.
And enjoying it. Yeah, trying to run the Facebook as much as possible, trying to share what the clubs are doing.
Yep.
So that's mostly the big thing. I'm involved in keeping an eye on what every club is doing in Queensland, and if they're doing something interesting on their Facebook, then I reshare it. We actually had 3,000 reads just in the last 7 days,
Wild, isn't it?
which is fantastic. A lot of people checking it out and resharing as well.
I believe that's 931,
It's
and that's just gone in.
over, yeah.
So I'll come back to you in a sec, but
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
viewers at home that might have just seen that, if a ball strikes the net while serving, that is legal. I know there's probably a lot of tennis players watching that think that's absolute blasphemy.
Sacrilegious.
But no, in pickleball that is allowed. That's only a recent, last 2 years or so they've had
It is
that
a
rule?
relatively new rule, but no, there's no talk of changing it though.
No, I think I don't have a problem with it personally, but
It's very seldom that it really does favour the serving side.
exactly right.
It
yeah.
flicks it, takes the top, but it still makes it playable.
Yeah, it's so it's 12-3-2, shooting to serve. It does. Geez, you're right about his serve, Bruce. He's getting a lot of points with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, fair enough. That's really good to hear that we're having a lot more sort of social exposure. That's a lovely strike. Nice to know that we're sort of, getting a bit more notice throughout the country and internationally as well.
Absolutely, that Pickleball podcast
Yeah.
had, last time I listened to it, they were talking about having listeners all over the world. And one of the highest ones was a little country town in America.
Yeah, there you go. That's wonderful. So I believe this is 3-11-2.
That's a good serve.
That's a kitchen call. Good honesty there. We love to see it. So you'll notice on the court, the maroony colour, or rather the big square that's closest to the net, that there is known as the kitchen or the non-volley zone. If you strike the ball on the full, unfortunately Hendricks couldn't reach that in time, but if you strike the ball on the full and your foot or paddle, or any part of your body for that matter, touches the kitchen, it is a foul. That's lovely honesty there by Nicholson to call that. And that's side away. That's 3-13-1. It's crazy, Bruce. Like, obviously, we were both in the PAQ committee a while ago, and just the growth from then to now, how much the sport has just gone nuts.
Well, I think we started perhaps 2 years ago with only 3 clubs.
Yeah.
Brisbane, Gold Coast, Noosa.
Yeah.
But we've got 28 clubs and businesses and community affiliates now,
You love it.
and we're getting inquiries every week
Yeah.
from different groups, and you're hearing about tennis clubs that are converting
Yep.
courts into pickleball courts, so it's growing very, very quickly.
It's just gone long there by Hendrick. I believe it's 13-3. We will check when Hendricks gets the ball.
Sometimes these last couple of points are the hardest to get.
Oh, it's when that pressure builds up. We talked about something similar. That's a great shot by Janine. We talked about something similar to when I spoke with Taylor about the sort of mental game that comes into play when you've got a lead. Because we mentioned in your game,
We had a solid lead, and then they came up,
back.
and we're starting to get a little bit nervous.
yeah,
Just got to calm down, take a breath.
oh, it's a great drop. Oh, and Hendricks gets it.
Oh, well done.
Well put away. Lovely strike.
That's why the use of the timeouts is quite interesting. I'm not a big one for using it myself, but I do think there's definitely some value in just having a breather for a minute,
Yep.
even if it's just to calm the routine or the rhythm of the side that's winning all the points.
Yeah, that's 3-14-2. Unfortunately, we were talking about the serve, so that the wind has come into play there and it's just gone long. But Taylor and I did mention something similar to what you're mentioning now, Bruce. That's a great drop. It's gone into the commentary desk. I must have to say some more nicer things about Janine. She's going to be hitting balls our way. But no, we did talk about the timeouts, and there we go for viewers at home. It's just struck the net, but it's play on. That's just gone out. So Nicholson's gained a couple points here. And that's 5-14-2. Unfortunate. I in the exact same boat on that sort of strike when you've got all the time in the world and
well, the wind held up the ball,
yeah.
so she wasn't in the end wasn't close enough to be able to strike it properly.
We've all been there. That's a beautiful
Great
strike
shot.
there by Hendricks to win
Good
the
shot.
game.
Nice to finish off with one like that.
Yeah, it's confidence booster. So that'll be 15-4. And
Well done to Burton and Shadden.
we've got Janine's coming over. I don't know if she realises that we're live, but she's having a good yarn. They're such wonderful people, these guys. I've always got time for them. And I believe they're in charge of the new play side of things with pickleball. So
They are, yeah.
supporting local pickleball groups is always a nice thing. Now, I believe we've got another game coming straight on. I imagine the players will be on in a tick. But,
So getting back to that club, the number of clubs, we're around 28 now, and there are a lot of inquiries from all around the state, and it's interesting to see so many clubs and groups in the far north Queensland.
Oh, nice.
They're not necessarily large groups, but they're playing in all these different sort of towns around the place.
Ah, beautiful.
Cairns, Townsville, Yeppoon, Mackay, Cardwell, so they're all involved, and they're really actually helping out their tennis clubs, and lots of those places now, the tennis club that might have been falling apart and lacking members is now finding that they've got more pickleball members than they do have tennis club members, and that's great because it keeps the community in those small towns alive.
Yeah, I personally lived up at the Atherton Tablelands in North Queensland, so I've got a bit of respect or a bit of love for that side of the country, and it's always wonderful. I fully intend, hopefully next year, to get up and go to places like Yeppoon and Townsville for their sort of QPT events.
Yeah, well, I played in Townsville this year, and it was a terrific event. People came from Cairns to play, and Yeppoon, and of course Brisbane and the Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast. And Yeppoon has got a marvellous setup with 8 purpose-built courts.
Yeah, right.
They're putting some shade structures down now, and they're also setting up to build 8 more courts. So that could be the largest facility in Australia very soon.
You love to see it. I think, we've said it for a while that the sort of greater Brisbane region, and I'm including Sunny Coast and Gold Coast in that, has sort of been the hub of pickleball activity for a while now, but I don't think that's going to last. I honestly, we saw at APC how strong the South Australian teams and the Victorian teams
That's
were.
right, yeah. And I think part of that's to do with COVID.
Yeah.
So in the southern states and in Victoria, South Australia, New South Wales, and even West Australia, they were constrained more by COVID restrictions, and they weren't able to play, whereas Queenslanders, even though we did have some restrictions, we were still able to play most of the time outdoor and even indoor.
Yep.
And we grew very, very quickly. But I noticed the other day Pickleball Victoria's just hit 300 members.
You love to see it, don't you?
They were hardly hitting it all. They really only had one base they were playing out of, and now they're playing all around the state. Biggest club in Victoria is in Wangaratta.
Yeah, right. There you go.
With about 80 members.
It's awesome, and I think it's I know my friends, they often say I'm like a bit one of those people that like a random niche thing, and they say, Dylan, what's this pickleball? And I'm like, just give it time. Eventually it'll be everywhere. We're already seeing it getting involved with school curriculum and more grassroots level with just mainstream, I guess you could say it. It's only a matter of time before it's across the state. I remember at APC we had even players that come from Perth, WA.
There are about a dozen from Perth, and it's quite big, not just in Perth itself, but in some regional towns close to Perth. Yeah. There are a lot of people playing.
It's awesome.
With that development of the leagues in America, we may well see a lot more televised pickleball too. You can see a lot on YouTube.
Of course.
But you could see some networks putting it through, and we'd be able to watch that on our pay TV systems as well.
Exactly right. And we should probably follow that up. Like I mentioned it earlier, we're really happy with Gem Life for sponsoring this live stream, and Bruce has nailed it. I think the more exposure we have with the players and the clubs, it's only a good thing for everyone involved. So we'd love to see it. But it looks like we have an 18+ game going on right now. Just warming up. So, I don't know, viewers at home, you probably can't really see the net wobbling too much, but the wind has definitely picked up a little bit more. It'll be interesting to see how the players adapt.
I'm interested always in what happens when they toss, to see what people do, because you can choose to serve it or receive, and you can choose, or you can choose to take the end. And Annalise and I had a quite a lengthy conversation about what we'd do. And yesterday, when I was playing with Ray in the men's doubles, we decided if we won the toss, we would choose the end where we were hitting with the wind.
Okay.
And that really helped us. In fact, we led every time we changed. We led by quite a bit. And I think the wind actually helped us.
That's awesome to know, because Taylor and I actually had a bit of a chat about that, because we could see when your game was on, the players were having a good chat, yourself included, regarding exactly that, the spin. And we're talking about, why, what's the reason for it. It's a bit of a quirky thing. Some sports do a coin toss or something similar, but there's a bit of strategy involved.
Oh, definitely. Yes, yeah, absolutely. It's amazing how many sides give away the serve.
Yep.
I always like to take the serve,
cool.
chance to win a point.
Exactly right.
But a lot of teams do give away the serve and choose the end instead on and regardless whether it's windy or not. So I don't know if your viewers have noticed that when people are warming up, they don't warm up end to end like they do in tennis. They actually warm up down the line, so that the two pairs hit down the line with each other, and they practice that way, rather than in tennis where they'd often hit to the opposing team. Now they're going through their services now, and they're just about ready to start. Got a Queensland team, I think. I think the team in purple is from Sorrento in Victoria. So it's great to see a group there. I think there's about 8 or 9 of them coming from Victoria to play in that. There's another group of Victorians from Hampton Tennis Pickleball Club as well. We've got about a dozen from New Zealand and about the same number from Tasmania playing as well. Maybe 4 or 5 Americans, so there's a good range coming right around.
Now, obviously these guys are doing a bit more of a longer warm-up. Let's talk about warm-ups, Bruce. What's the purpose of it? Why do we do it?
Well, often you're waiting for quite a while, and you really do need to. Viewers might think it's not a game where you're pushing your body too much, but there's a lot of stretching and bending involved, so it is really important you warm up, just not the ground strokes, but also getting close as well to the net and practicing your dinking, getting your back muscles and your knees bending. I know after a long tournament my back's usually pretty sore. Yeah. Not used to bending so much.
No, you're not the only one.
So it's important that you do warm up well, and even they're practicing the service now, getting a feel for how much the wind is affecting their service and how hard they have to hit it.
And it's funny, I recall you and I both went to that PCI course with Mark Renison.
That's right.
We talked strictly about this, the warm-up, and how players, don't necessarily do it enough, or they don't target certain things enough. It's very interesting. So here we go, Bruce. We talked about the determination of the serve. And
so let's see what happens. They're going to toss a coin. Okay, so it looks like the team from Sorrento in purple have chosen not to serve. They've chosen to take the end instead.
So for the viewers at home, in the purple, we've got Moore and Langenborg. And across from them, in the white shirt and the blue shirt, we've got Hilbert and Goody.
So I mentioned to the viewers before, the team in purple are from Sorrento in Victoria.
Yeah, nice.
And the other team are from Sunshine Coast.
You love to see it. I love these. I mentioned it to Taylor earlier that there's little regions that are sort of coming up, and I don't want to say rivalries, but you love to see.
There's rivalries.
Oh yeah, right. There we go. So it's 0-0-1, by the way. We've just had a side away.
There's a good example of the wind taking a ball out.
100%, and it happened earlier on the serve
And I think she might have been hitting from the other end when she was warming up.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting, isn't it? So it's 1-0-1. And that just flew away. There's that wind coming into play. So it should be 1-0-2. And we've all done that. Exactly what's happened. We've all been there.
Yes, it's not fun, but it's just part of life.
The common joke is you got a hole in your paddle.
And look, some of them have now.
Yeah,
in fact, the fellow who's returning now, he's got a hole in that
exactly
Selkirk
right.
paddle. So he's got an excuse.
Oh, that's a great
That's
shot.
a nice dink. He's done well. He's got back out of the kitchen, so he doesn't break the rule. Did well.
So 0-1-1.
Well, a couple of nice shots there.
Yeah, these
So
guys
what we're trying to do when you're returning is you're trying to get a nice deep return. As Mark Renison was telling us, it doesn't need to be hard. It doesn't need to be quick.
Oh, that's a great serve.
But you want it as deep as possible to keep that side back as far as you can when you're coming to net. And in fact, if you hit it a little bit higher and a little bit deeper, it gives you another millisecond or two to get to net and to scare them when they see you looking
Exactly
there right on the
right.
kitchen line.
So it's 1-2-2. And let's talk about that. So Taylor and I mentioned something similar. That's a nice shot about the presence of the net and how thus far, just from the couple of games we've watched already, majority of the points are being won by the team at the net. And I think the wind comes into play as well, because if you have that long amount of distance to cover and you've got a big gale coming in either for or against your shot, it's certainly a lower percentage shot to strike, and we can see this here. The team in purple are dominating at the net, and usually they will result with the point.
As long as the team at net can keep the ball deep, it's very hard for the team on the baseline to hit a winner.
Exactly right. We just got more distance to cover, don't you?
That's right.
Yeah. And unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier, the serve has gone on the other side of the on the line, I suppose you could say, because you have to serve in a diagonal motion. So as a result, that is a fault. 1-2-1. And that has just gone long. I'm already seeing a trend here, Bruce. There's been multiple serves from the guys in purple that have gone long.
That's right, yeah.
What's happened here? We just had a double bounce, like a second shot on the full rule. I think that's what's happened.
I'm not.
I believe that's what the call has been, yeah.
So you've got the server.
That's gone into the commentary
The
booth.
server's actually got to let the ball bounce for the third shot and
Exactly
hit it off the
right.
bounce rather than hitting it on the full. But he came in very quickly. He's keen to get in, but he hit it too quickly.
And there's another long ball.
Yeah,
It's
yep.
definitely coming into play. But let's go into that rule a little bit longer. So when we're teaching newer players, the first 3 shots of the game have to bounce. So the serve, when you serve to someone, the returning player has to allow it to bounce. And that's known as the second shot. I believe that's 1-3-1 currently. And then the third shot, so when it returns back to the serving side, they have to allow it to bounce out as well. Once that ball has been struck and it goes over the net and it's a fair strike, you can then hit the ball on the full. And the reason for that is that's a pop-up.
Good reach.
Oh, unfortunate there. But the reason for that is I think pickleball is one of the very few sports in the world where serving, you're almost at a disadvantage because you have to allow for that third bounce. So there's the bounce, and now the players can hit it on the full.
That's right. So in tennis, especially in the old days when we were mainly on real grass, it was serve and volley. So you'd want to serve and then get to net as quickly as possible to try and put the ball away. But in pickleball, that doesn't happen at all. You give the advantage if the returning side actually hits a good deep return, then the serving side's actually at quite a disadvantage. And that's why we're trying to get players to hit that third shot. That's not always a drive. That's a softer shot that gets the team coming into net having to hit a half volley.
Yeah, fair enough too, and that's great to know as we have the ball. There we go. Gentleman next to me saved the ball. So that is 1-3-1. But no, that's and I think when we're teaching players, we definitely come into play. Well, we really push. Oh, that's a great. Oh, nearly pulled it through. But we really push for long, deep returns. For that exact reason, we've already touched on it. It's a harder shot to play, but also it gives you time to get to the net. So you'll notice here it's a 1-3-2. So
there's another long one.
There's another long one.
I think every serve she served so far has been just a little bit over, so she's got to try and modify that and not quite hit it so hard.
And if I was playing with my partner and that was occurring, that's when I would take a timeout and sort of say, okay, what's going on, rather than doing.
Well, you don't get too many chances to win points.
No.
And every chance you do, you've got to take advantage. You've got to get the ball in play.
Yeah, and for the viewers at home they might have never played, you can only score a point if you're on the serving side. So obviously, Bruce has nailed it. You want to be ensuring that you make the most of your opportunities. Now, we've just had a ball on court, and that's 3-1-2. And that's a good serve. Oh,
bad luck.
Unfortunate.
Bad luck.
Now, we've already mentioned in the past that you can't step in the court if it's on the full, or in the kitchen, if it's a volley shot. Now, on that play there, unfortunately that's just gone into the net. The ball bounced before the player stepped in the kitchen to strike the ball. Now, that is legal. So you're allowed to step into the kitchen, and this is a very common misconception. A lot of players actively avoid, and that's gone long.
And if you don't understand that rule, it puts you at a distinct disadvantage
100%.
because if the ball drops down there and you're staying racked behind the kitchen, you're not going to reach it.
Exactly right, yeah. So don't be afraid to get in the kitchen, but just allow it to bounce first. And that's a serve that's gone in. So see if...
And she's won the point.
There you go. There you go. So we'll see if this can build any momentum. (3-3-1). 3-3-2. So the reason why we call the third number is that's just gone long. So a lot of people that would not watch pickleball or not played pickleball probably think our scoring system makes no sense. Let me tell you, I've played for years now, and I still think it makes little sense. So don't.
We understand it, Dylan, but we're not happy about it.
So
you know, there is another way to score, of course, called rally scoring, where you just win a point either way. And look, it'd be interesting to see what happens when it's pickleball's on television a lot more, because that would be a lot more interesting, I think, for understanding for spectators to see. Just winning if you win a point, you win a rally, you win a point.
Yeah.
I mean, this match has been going for quite a while now. I'd say 10 minutes, and we're only 3-3.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. So 3-3-1. We just had a wonderful little rally there by the players, but nice put away. But Bruce has nailed it. This is I mentioned it was slightly controversial because this is a topic that is currently talked about a fair bit now. The second or the third number that's called in the score, so usually it's 3. So in this case it's 3-3. The third number that's called is which server it is. As I believe that's dropped off here. No, it's gone out. 3-3-1. Now the one there. The player in blue has signalled that they are the first serve. Oh, that's just rolled in. That was a brilliant get. But as a result, so now it'll be 4-3-1. So the third number is always going to be either 1 or 2, and you're simply signalling whether you were the first player in your team to serve or the second player, because each team, unfortunately that's gone out, each team gets to serve twice. They get 2 opportunities.
So Amanda's having a bit of trouble with her serve. That's Hibbert.
Yep.
She's not hitting through in a pendulum swing, and she's hit a couple of serves out to the right.
Here's that net pressure we're talking about, and there's a ball
Okay,
on court.
so the ball's on court. Have you explained that, Dylan?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
Well,
so we're
please.
pretty careful about balls being on court, impeding the play, but also just it's dangerous if there's a ball behind you. So we have a very strong rule, whether it's indoor or outdoor. If there's a ball anywhere comes on your court or behind, then we stop play regardless of where the position of the rally is, and you replay the point. that can be incredibly frustrating at times.
Oh,
Especially if your team is in a set-up position to put away a point.
Yep.
But it's the fairest way. It evens out over a long time, and it's definitely a safety thing.
So it's 3-5-1, and Bruce has nailed it. I think there's another long ball. The players in the I mean, they ended up side-awaying anyway, but typically if you are dominating that particular point and the ball rolls on, it's it's very frustrating. That's a great shot.
Good shot. Good forehand.
So that'll be 4-5-2. So as I mentioned earlier, it's the second server from this team. We've had a bit of a discussion on court, so they were definitely correct. So it's 4-5-2.
So that was going to be interesting because they had the wrong person about to serve, and luckily the opposing side let them know that. If they hadn't and the wrong person served, they would lose the point straight away. So that was very good sportsmanship from the returning side.
We've already seen multiple instances of really good sportsmanship. We had a kitchen call earlier. Someone called himself, and you love to see it. It's just good fair play. So that's 5-4-1. And that serve goes in. We should come to the net. Oh, unfortunately.
Well done. It's a good rally. Okay, so this is the side that Amanda's having some trouble serving from. Let's see how she goes this time. She's been hitting the ball to the left. She needs to get that pendulum swing going and hitting right in the direction of where she wants the ball to go. Okay, we've got that one in.
Oh, and a shimmy.
That's a good put away.
Shake
Might have been going out, but it took the player instead.
I mean, you copped a couple of those.
I copped a couple, yeah, but I do have a good memory. So.
So I believe that's 5-5. 7-4. Okay, disregard that. And that's just gone on good leave.
Okay, so the side that's serving at the moment be pretty happy with where they are. They're 7-4-2 up, and they're hitting.
Oh, it's a great angle.
That's a good put away. They're hitting into the wind. Yep. So if they take they go in and change ends and they're leading it 8-5, 8 something like that, then they'd be pretty happy with the lead they've got hitting with the wind, which is a distinct advantage.
Well, I will say though that unfortunately that's just gone wide, but the team in purple, they I would say a lot of the points that they've haven't capitalised on are because they've hit it too far.
Oh, absolutely. So they haven't tempered their shots.
It might be beneficial for them to swap as well.
It may well be, actually. You're right, yes.
So I believe that's 4-7-2, as it's just gone into the net, unfortunately. So are you playing any other events today or tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm in the final of the Open Men's doubles in a little while. Ray and I are playing Taylor and Caden. So the 60-year-olds versus the 30-year-olds, I suppose. And then I'm in the mixed doubles age with Annalise again later this afternoon.
Yeah, beautiful.
I've been playing a lot of singles this year, but I'm not playing singles in this one. I'm trying to protect my body because singles is a lot harder game.
Oh, it's brutal.
I'm playing in the Queensland Pickleball Tour finals at the end of November at Beenleigh.
Yep.
I'm in the singles mixed and men's doubles in that, and I'm looking after my body until then. So no singles tomorrow, no teams event. But look, there'll be some good players playing singles, and I'm looking forward to hearing how the teams event goes because it's the first teams event I think we've had in Australia.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I think mixing things up is never a bad thing. As we can see, the players, they're currently swapping. So this is a game to 15, so they'll be swapping at 8. But no, you're right. I think personally, I've also been trying to get into singles a little bit more myself, and I have so much respect for the people that play singles all the time because it's grueling.
It is grueling. You've really got to force yourself to get to net. You cannot stay back and expect to win because even though the pickleball court is a small court, viewers might realise that the distance between the baselines from one to the other, they're about half the length of a tennis court. So that means the ball's coming back roughly twice as fast.
Exactly right, and it's funny you mention that because we just had a great shootout by both teams there, and that ball flies. I think the camera angles might not necessarily do it justice with how fast that ball's coming. So I believe this is 8-4-2, but
Okay, this critical time now for the side that's down. They can't let the other side get away. So Amanda's hit another one of those serves that's gone to the left. But serving side's got one more chance to establish a strong lead.
8-4-2, so...
It's a good volley.
So I'm curious to see what the result is with the serves, because the purple sides were hitting it out a fair bit before the swap.
That's right. Let's see what happens.
And that's a beautiful serve. Oh, unfortunately crept up a little bit too fast. And they've capitalised on it. So it should be 4-8-2. Oh, 5-9. Okay. But yes, we will be covering all the singles matches that Bruce mentioned. I'm not too sure if we're doing the teams event or not, but singles will definitely be on. So tune in tomorrow. I know it's a Monday, but if you have your lunch break or want something to
it's a good put away
to get you through your Monday, definitely tune in. We'll be streaming it. And there has been a lot of good putaways this game, hasn't there? These teams are not mucking around when it comes to the high balls.
No, let's put it away.
Yeah.
Let's not give them another chance.
It's probably better. It's probably a good thing that they're, especially with these windy conditions. We've just had a great shot there.
Did you hear it?
Yeah. It's very good that we've had those putaways, because of the wind is definitely coming into play. As we say that, they've done exactly what the other team were doing last. But no, look, this game has gone on for quite a while, but we're very thankful to be able to live stream it. So thank you to Gem Life for providing the opportunity for such. I'm not too sure what's happened here, because that was
I think they thought the ball might have been coming across, but it went over the fence instead.
Fair enough. There we go, that's another good serve. Unfortunate there on the third shot drop, however. So it's 6-9-2. Oh, and that's just gone long. That's the time you want the breeze to kick in.
That's right.
Unfortunately, it wasn't there. 9-6-1.
Oh, that's
gone a bit far. However, I do like that. They were transitioning to the net, or trying to. Just, it's one of the hardest things, isn't it? When you're moving to not thump the ball. You want to hit it soft. Unfortunately, that's gone wide again.
That's right. I mean, we're trying when you're coming to net. You want to try when you hit the ball to be stationary.
Exactly.
So and not moving too much. So it's just that balance between getting to net and planting your feet, trying to hit a good volley.
Oh, there's a net.
Pretty hard when it hits the top of the net, though.
Dreaded net. But no, it's definitely for players that are, have only just sort of started playing, or are wanting to sort of advance their skills. There are multiple coaches throughout the state that you can speak to. Unfortunately, that's just gone a bit long. But also, there's plenty available. I know we're streaming this to YouTube as well. By all means, after the streams, just have a look-see around on YouTube to what's available. There's so many tutorials and guides to...
You mentioned warm-ups. There's a lot of warm-up YouTube clips as well, if you're interested in making sure that your body's properly warmed up. There's some great matches. Look, viewers might think when they watch Ben Johns or one of those top players from America playing the ball, it looks a slow game.
Yep.
You'd be very surprised when you're actually involved, or you're watching Ben Johns or Anna Lee Walters playing live. The ball is moving very, very quickly, and their skill level is quite amazing.
So it's 9-7-2, and Bruce has nailed it. Unfortunately, that's just gone a bit wide, but it's actually, we've had a timeout here. So
2 timeouts allowed, 1 minute each for each side. You can use it for a water break like this side is using, just because it has been a long game. I reckon they've been going 20 minutes by now. Or you can use it as a tactical manoeuvre as well.
To kill momentum, yeah. I think talking about like the tactical side of things, so if anything, I think because the team in purple, they are now on the side that sort of is more beneficial for their serves.
You mentioned that. Well, let's wait and see what happens, and it's definitely happened. I think it's around 7-9 now, exactly, and right. They're right back in the game.
Exactly right. So I think taking that time out to have a bit of a drink, have a bit of a breather, as we now have 7-9-2, it's not a bad thing. And one thing, especially regarding the heat, you mentioned when it's a long game, we quite frequently see players cramp up, especially when they've been playing long games all day. I definitely hope that doesn't occur for the event today, but utilisation of timeouts is so important.
Ooh.
And that's come onto my desk. But no, we talked about how fast those balls are coming. I think that there's a great example. Despite the fact that ready position was pretty good, it's hard to stop a smash, especially when it's coming straight at you.
Yeah, I experienced that twice. And I'm bearing the scars.
9-7-1. I don't know if that went in or not.
No, just out.
Oh, no. Yeah, they just got out. So, but it's funny, like we're talking about getting hit by the ball and whatnot. I know a lot of players are now wearing eyewear to sort of protect their eyes, particular glasses, as that's gone wide. So that'll be 11-7-1. But it's understandable. I mean, if you're copping a ball that's absolutely flat stick, you do not want it to go into your eye.
No, one of our players at Noosa caught one in the eye a year or so ago, and she did have a little bit of trouble, had to go to the ophthalmologist and have some tests and a little bit of treatment.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously no players are trying to actually hit you when they hit the ball.
Exactly right.
But we're not at Ben John standards, we're trying to win a point, and sometimes we might not actually hit it exactly where we want
exactly
to.
Right, yeah. I believe that's 12-7-2. No, 12-8.
12-8-1.
Okay. So 4 points in it. That's a nice thing.
Big point here. They get 13-8, and they've got a second chance as well. That's in.
That's in.
Oh, that's a good volley.
That's unfortunate. Great effort.
Okay, so this is a critical point, viewers. 12-8-2. They've got the momentum. If they get 13 or 14, then the other side is going to be wondering where they're going to go. That's gone out.
That was a really good return, though, right on the
it was
server's foot. You love to see it, and I think that's definitely more promoted. So we'll see if the serve, once again, another serve in. Oh, the net roll. They're the kind of ones that if the opposition does it, everyone says sorry. No one means it.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
or maybe sorry I didn't hit it better.
Yeah. So it's 8,
Someone up
13.
at Noosa is very, very annoyed if you don't say you're sorry.
Oh, okay. We won't go name names.
No, we won't name names.
There we go. They get them back. They get them back with another net roll of their own. So it's 8-13-2. Yeah, it's a frequent joke that a lot of players, especially in the Brisbane pickleball scene, they always say that the net would go over in McGregor. And it's a funny joke because the nets there are a little bit wonky at times.
Oh, a little bit loose, eh?
Yeah. Shout out to the McGregor crew. They're a good bunch. So it's 13-8-1. That's a nice drive.
It's funny when you're playing. Sometimes you get the rub of the green and sometimes you don't. And you can be in a match where you might actually get 3 or 4 net cords against you in the same game. And it can be quite frustrating.
What have I done to deserve
And often
this?
players will actually check that net and make sure it's as tight as possible.
Yeah, well, we are. Let's talk about that. We are blessed to have great strikes. We are lucky to have purpose-built courts here, I think.
Well, and the nets here are stationary nets that are solid, and they've got very good uprights, and they're taut. Most of the places we play at have nets you erect, and they are a lot looser and much more prone to having net cords.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we are, as someone who has organised tournaments myself, it's an absolute nightmare to try and get get all the tape down, get all the nets set up. So yeah, I know the tournament directors here would be loving that they can just hop on and get into the games. There's that net
That's a
pressure.
good
That's
put
a
away.
beautiful angle. Now they've called a ball on. We talked about good sportsmanship. Now they've had an absolutely wonderful strike there to win the point. However, the player defending it has accidentally run into someone on the opposing court because of the angle of the strike.
Right,
receiver.
yes.
So they've just said, let's do a replay.
Yeah.
Now you love to see it. That there could have definitely been a dispute there, but
This is one of the great things about pickleball.
Yeah.
I played a lot of tennis, and while there was a lot of good sportsmanship, I feel that in pickleball there's a lot more. People are willing to commend the other team for a good shot. That's fallen short. They've given the side out again. They're willing to commend the other team on a good shot and be a good sportsman in situations like that. So, that's another one of those serves that she's struggling with that serve.
It's currently 14-8 too. But no, you're spot on, Bruce. I think I've always advocated for how nice and how positive the community are. Even just behind us, we have an army of volunteers helping out the tournament director, Mike. This is good pressure. Unfortunately, it's just gone long.
Okay, so the side that was leading then has given the serve away.
So we'll see what. So I believe it's 9-14 currently. Oh, unfortunately, a bit too much topspin there. Yeah, so 9-14-2 currently. But no, the community's so wonderful. I think, it's nearly Christmas time, whether you believe in Christmas or not, but I think it's wonderful to get everyone around together. I know clubs around the country will be doing things, having dinners and catch-ups.
Yeah, celebrating another successful year in pickleball and the growth. Just a bit wide there, I think.
Yeah. But I will say the purple side have been serving a lot better since they've swapped over. So
they have.
Good on them.
Okay, here's another chance for the Hibbett team to get a point and win the match.
So match point, 14-9. There's a net. And that's going to fall in. And that's a classic example of the sort of social camaraderie we all have. Despite the fact that the team lost the point, they were clapping them because it's a funny thing. It's like, yeah, good on you. Unfortunate.
Talk, Dylan, with friends about why pickleball seems to be a more social and friendly sport than tennis, and maybe part of it's to do with the fact you're actually closer to your opponent. You make more eye contact. I'm not sure, but certainly there's a lot more friendship. There's a lot more camaraderie, and it's not an age thing. It's not because we're all oldies playing. It happens with the youngsters as well.
Well, I think you're spot on. I was involved with baseball for a very long time, and that sport, you're nowhere near the opposition. Where I played centre field, so I was out in the middle of nowhere, and I barely knew who was hitting the ball. Whereas I think you're onto something, Bruce, because that's a good effort. If you have a really good shootout where the hands are flying and the ball is, it's a long rally, regardless of who wins the point, usually you clap your hands, so well done, that was awesome.
Yeah, the adrenaline's flying and people are enjoying that opportunity to be involved in a rally like that. Disappointment if you don't win the point, but you still enjoy it. Gee, that's just hit the baseline.
Very nice, a long return there. All right,
another chance.
We're just waiting as some players are hopping onto the other court for their game. 14-9-1, match point. And there's the put away, there's another net stroke to win the game. 15.
Well, that was a good game, a good half an hour game, which is quite a bit longer than most games.
Yeah.
Usually you'd expect a game to 11 to go for about 15 minutes, a game to 15 to maybe go 25, but that's been a good game.
Yeah, and those long, grueling ones, I'm personally a fan of them, playing in them.
Yeah, especially if you win them.
Yeah, well, but even then, it's like you get in it becomes more of a mental thing, I think, those long games, because you've got to be disciplined retaining the team strategy and what you want to do.
That's right. And look, if it is a long game, there are going to be a lot of side outs where you don't win points, and you've got to not let that get to you. You've just got to keep on, as you say, sticking to the strategy, being positive.
So it looks like the tournament directors are getting our next game ready to go. So as you can see, this event, they're trying to get through games. As soon as the court's ready, they plonk someone else on. And we're blessed to just be able to sit here in the shade and watch it all. So I'm not complaining.
This is one of the best spots to watch it in.
Yep. I'm happy.
I'm happy.
Yeah. But no, once again, we'll thank Gem Life for the opportunity for allowing us to live stream. So, and while we're waiting, we're just going to go to a break.
Sensible is just two four-letter words stuck together. Another word for boring. Sensible shoes, sensible hat, sensible life. Just a word to get you to do what everyone else is doing. But what if you aren't prepared to settle for a sensible life? Because you've already had one. What if you want a whole new life? Well, what are you waiting for? Who's to say who's young, who's old? Age is complicated. Most people really stop getting older at age 26, but their bodies just don't get the memo. Hidden inside most over 50-ish-year-olds is the soul and spirit of a 26-year-old, just in slightly different packaging. Why waste time wondering when you could be enjoying? What are you waiting for?
Do you think we'll catch anything? Does it matter?
Okay, and we are back. So currently we have the 19 plus mixed doubles. We're still doing the round robins. And we've got Janine and Hendrik from Team New Play, just currently warming up. Funnily enough, when Bruce and I were talking about the warm-ups and how crucial it is. Now, this particular event will be against the team that we just watched. So we've got Moore and Longenberg, sorry. And they're also warming up. So this is a bit of a tricky one because obviously you've just had a, close to a half an hour match, and they've barely had an opportunity to have a drink of water, and they're straight on again. Now, for players at home, you might be able to see, but the sun's out to play today. We do have a couple of clouds around, and it is windy, which is a nice thing that it cools it down a bit. But we've had the ball roll under me. There you go, Janine. But the sun definitely comes into play. I mentioned earlier to Bruce that heat stroke is very much a real thing. We're constantly encouraging the players to keep hydrated, keep that the water going, and eat appropriately to make sure you can keep going through the day. But tournaments, for those that haven't played in a tournament, it's a long affair. You're here for a long time. This definitely takes multiple hours. When my partner Emily and we go to tournaments and we're playing, we take an esky basically with, we take wraps and muesli bars and all the amount of water that we require, because you need it. You can't be relying on, don't get me wrong, utilise the cafes and the bistros at wherever you may be playing, but do be prepared to take your own food as well, because it's such a long day. Little things like lollies, red frogs are always popular. I don't know if Leanne Griffin is watching from BPC, but she always has frogs and snakes on her. Because that kind of stuff, you need that sugar to get you through. Now, it looks like the players are currently having a chat regarding who's going to be serving first. You'll see this as a reoccurring theme throughout the tournament, because as Bruce was talking about it, it's actually a lot more strategic than you may realise. Now, Hendrik and Janine were on fire during their first game that we streamed against the Nicholson duo. We'll see if they keep that form going. And here's the paddle spin. So it looks like Can't exactly tell. Looks like Hendrik and Janine will be serving first. And this will follow the same rules as what we've had in the past with the games to 15, swap at 8. So shooting to serve, 0-0-2. Now, the person that was commentating with me, Bruce, unfortunately that's just gone long, has had to go and get some food in. Funnily enough, we're talking about food, but he has events later on today, so I can totally respect that. Now, we're looking at popular themes or reoccurring themes. That's a great shot there by Hendrik. But the duo in the purple were, which is Moore and Longenberg, were striking the ball out quite a bit on this side of the court. And we'll see, and once again it happens again. And that is, to the viewers at home, that's due to the wind. Be curious to see whether they adapt now that they've sort of had a game as a result. And that has just gone long. Oh no, it's managed to roll through the gate. We've got Hendrik trying to get the ball back. But thankfully someone in the crowd was there to collect it. That's a nice deep return. Hendrik has a wonderful serve. Oh, LBW, unfortunately, just struck the knee on the way through. So Shooten and Bergen are on a bit of a run here. That's 5-0-2. Absolutely flooring it at the moment. And Bruce did talk about this. The benefit of serving first is that sometimes you can get a bit of a run and catch your opposition off guard. Now we're at 6-0-2, so it's definitely fair to say that the team that elected to serve first, they got their money's worth from it. Now, it's side away, so it'll be 0-6-1. And we'll see if we can get her serve in. Unfortunately, she's hit it a bit soft there, but it's definitely got to come into play here in the back of your mind because they were striking it a bit too far and the wind was carrying. And for players at home that might only play on an indoor surface, this is sort of stuff. That's a great shot there by Janine down the line. This is the sort of stuff that you have to be aware of because obviously a tournament, as Bruce mentioned, if you can't score a point when you're serving, you won't win any games. And unfortunately, oh no, they've called the ball out. Okay. No, they've called it in, as I thought. Yeah, Janine's ball was definitely in. So now it is 6-0-1, shooting to serve. And that's a nice long return there to put away for the finish. Oh no, there's that hole in the paddle that we were talking about earlier coming into play. So that's quite unfortunate. Now, the lobs and whatnot are typically 7-0-1. You typically don't want to be using them in windy conditions because it's super unpredictable. However, we are seeing quite a few happen today. 7-0-2. And as a result, a lob earned a point earlier on today. Now that's just hit the top of the paddle. Bit of a chaos ball, but it works. 0-7. Now we'll see how the serve goes here. Now, you'll notice she's utilising a bounce serve. So in pickleball, you don't have to hit the ball on the... Oh, that's a great shot there by Janine. You don't have to hit the ball on the full when serving. Now, you'll notice for any of our tennis players out there watching, the players are serving underarm. In pickleball, you are not allowed to hit the ball above the hip. So we'll notice this player here has hit the ball on the full, and as a result, he scored a point from it. Nice serve. So it should be 1-7-2. Now, as long as he is striking the ball under the hip, that's a nice drop there by Janine. It's a legal serve. Now, his partner is striking the ball with a bounce serve. Now, I believe it should be 7-1-1, side away, Bergen to serve. And we'll see what Bergen does with her serve. Whether she does a bounce or strike it on the foot. Okay, so she strike. Now she's hit, thank you Janine, she's helping my little serving tutorial here. And she's struck the ball into the kitchen. Now that is a fault. Now in pickleball you don't get any double faults, not in our tournament anyway. That's a nice Steep return. Hendricks has returned with a lob. The wind has kept it in. Oh, that's great defensive play there by the side in purple. Love to see it. Now, let's see what the score is. Now, the players should, technically, call the serve, call the score before they serve the ball. Now, the reason for that is that it's not only helpful for people such as myself to notify you all at home, but also it's beneficial for the other team. Because then everyone kind of knows where we're at. And that's a ball on court. As Bruce and I were talking about earlier, you just stop play immediately and do a replay. Unfortunately, that's just struck the net. So it's 2-7-2. There's that bounce serve that we were talking about. And now the players move in. Janine has received a lot of balls here today. That's Bergen. Oh, that's a great shootout. Good hands from both teams. But I believe that Bergen has won most of the shootouts this game. But that one there, the duo in purple managed to get up. So it's 3-7-2. That's a wonderful strike. Now, what the team in purple here are doing, this is called freezing out. So they are deliberately trying to freeze Shooten out of the play. And that is because Hendrick has quite a lethal forehand. Now, a lot of people would say, I mean, it's a controversial topic whether this is it's a well-mannered sort of play style to deliberately not target someone. And now we're at 8 points, so the teams are going to swap. But the reason for it is that if you have someone that's dominating, you don't want them to get the ball. It's as simple as that. Now, in saying that, Bergen is definitely holding her own with it. But now that we've had a swap of courts, or rather they've swapped sides of the court, we'll see how this affects the play. Because the team in purple, I believe, they've definitely served better than they did last game from that side of the court. And they actually gained several points once they rotated in the last game. So we'll be curious to see whether they can, repeat that again. Oh, Janine with a shake and bake. So what a shake and bake is when you strike the ball quite hard to the opposition, cause a pop-up, and you follow through with another hard strike. So you kind of set yourself up with your own pop-up. It's a pretty cool technique.
Up.
Okay, so while I'm sitting here rambling on, we've just had another person jump in to have a chat with me. How you doing, Gail?
Good, Dylan. How you going?
Oh, pretty good. And you've had a couple of games this morning, yeah?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, nice. Do you want to sort of explain who you are, where you come from, and what you do?
What do I do? Okay.
Well, regarding coaching anyway.
Regarding coaching.
Oh, we've had a tumble.
Yeah. Okay, well, this morning I've had the great joy of playing in the Open.
Yeah, nice.
And my partner and I have, actually it's the first time we've played together.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, so we've been having a lot of fun out there and actually through to the gold medal match, which we're pretty pleased about. Yeah.
Nice. So you'll be playing later on?
We will. Oh. I think 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, beautiful. Well, you are most likely, for the viewers at home, we're most likely going to be watching Gail play and I'll be commentating it. So best of luck with your game.
Thank you. Thank you. As for what I do, part-time pickleball coaching on the side. Yeah.
So let's talk about that because we've had a couple people already sort of sit in, but a lot of them, like we had Bruce and Taylor sit in, and they're more from Bruce's, I guess, the administration side of pickleball, and Taylor's advanced playing level pickleball. Talk to us from a coaching perspective, like what's obviously we because I do coaching myself. I love to see the potential in players and how they can achieve that potential. But
absolutely,
what got you into coaching? Like why?
Yeah, look, I think for me it's a simple one. I have been a tennis coach for 25 years.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, but only because of injury, I had to stop.
Okay.
And the hope had been that maybe I could get back to that at some point. But unfortunately, the rehab required a very specific sort of discipline on my part.
Okay.
In terms of just little increments.
Yep.
and it was getting very hard to find players to do that with you.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So I went along to World Pickleball Day. I think it was 2020. I think that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, and thought, wow, what a great game.
Yep.
Yeah, and of course, as you might well know, there's many aspects from the racket side of its play that you can bring from tennis into pickleball, but there's also another whole skill set that you have to learn. And for me, I remain a learner.
Yep.
And I love, as you said, to just see people improve.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, so from that perspective, the business is called Right Start, Great Finish.
There you go.
It's giving people the foundation they need, and I'm just excited by the number of all ages, and when I say that I'm talking about chronological age, of the hunger for people to learn. And just again, in that regard, they deserve to be given good foundation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
so, yeah.
And I think you've sort of nailed it on the head there, that the age is irrelevant in pickleball. Like we see so many people that they might be from a like an older demographic that have found a second life within the space of pickleball. And the beauty of it is, here we are at the Masters.
Yep.
And it's a nice strike there. And the players are having an absolute ball.
Yep.
And a lot of these players have only found pickleball, kind of like yourself,
Yep.
in the last couple of years.
Absolutely, and I mean, isn't it the case that what we see out here is so many variations of style?
Yep.
And it's not style doesn't win it.
Yeah.
But I've said to some players, because they say, "How do you do this?"
Oh,
well, it's like, well, this is how I would do it.
Yeah.
So what I say is, if something's working, then don't try and change it.
Exactly right.
Wait till it's broken, and then try and fix it.
Yeah, I had a game out of Morrowfield this week that we had someone from a table tennis background versus someone from a squash background,
Yes.
and it was chaos
Yep,
on
yep.
the court. But I was like, "This is pickleball. Welcome."
Yep.
To the viewers at home that might be watching, I'm just waiting. We had a bit of a breather there. This has been quite a long game already, but it doesn't matter if you haven't played any sport before. If you have played a paddle or racket sport in the past, you'll get it really quickly. But I came from a baseball background. My partner comes from a netball background, and it only took a little while. This is one of those games that's easy to learn but very difficult to master.
Yes.
And I think that's the pleasure of it, is learning how to get good.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And as we've said, the age expanse, age in truth, for the most part, doesn't have a lot to do with it. It's all about skill.
Exactly right.
And, for someone, I'm about to turn 67.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, man, this is such fun competing with these youngsters.
Yep.
I mean, my partner's in his 20s.
There you go.
But it's just the beauty of such, what would you call it? It's a real compliment.
Yeah.
My partner's the power player, and I tend to go for the soft.
It's a great role there.
Yeah, so it's just delightful.
Yeah, that's a very fair point.
Yeah.
As I believe the score is 7-10-1, as we've had a side away. But, it's so good that you mentioned that, because Gem Life have sponsored this live stream that we're currently talking on.
Yeah,
and I know there's probably people watching that they might not have ever heard of pickleball, or they might have had friends or family play and think, I'm too old for that, or I can't do that, I've never played sport. Believe me, guys and girls watching, this is a wonderful sport, and once you get into it, it's very hard to stop playing.
Yep.
But it's, as Bruce mentioned earlier, it's also the community, as that's Lob has just gone in. It's such a wonderful group of people. I've made so many friends from this sport, and I'm sure you have too, Gail.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just nice to...
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing that once you finish a game, you have a chat with the people you've just versed, and you find out how they're doing, what's going on in their life, what's cool things are happening.
Yes.
If someone has a new little bub, they bring it in and everyone celebrates it. It's a real family within pickleball.
It is indeed. And again, this weekend I'm here with 6 other folk from up on the Sunshine Coast. We're having a blast of a time together.
Yep.
Just, staying in an apartment. It's just a real hoot.
Yeah, that's exactly
and
right.
all ages again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the thing, Dylan, that I'm looking forward to is the sport becoming so popular that we start to see schools picking it up intentionally because of all that can be gained from learning the skill set.
Exactly.
again, I've worked with most of my coaching life has been teaching the fundamentals to make sure you've got the strong foundation to build on. Yeah, and when you look at the advantages of this from all of what the body requires, it's not just, you know, the mature age have a lot to gain from it, but also the youngsters.
Exactly right. I was involved a little bit with the school's curriculum program with PAQ, and as someone who worked in childcare extensively for a long time, I can see the benefits of the fine motor, gross motor skills that little ones can pick up. And as I've actually got a family coming out to Moray Field this week, and they messaged us like, is this a sport that I can play with my family? It's like 100%. You bring your little ones down, they can get out there and have a whack, and it's not only is this a very fun sport, but it's also healthy.
That's it.
You know, it doesn't. Pickleball is commonly referred to as fun cardio because you're running around, you're having a good time, but you don't realise it till about 2-3 hours in. Geez, I'm actually pretty sore. This has been a good day.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yep. I think you've just raised another very critical point that we really need to be conscious of just what do I need to do to keep the body moving around the court.
Exactly.
And, you know, it's vital that I know for me today, again, because of my age, I've had to come off and be prepared to just take a bit of time to stretch so I don't stiffen up too much. Yeah.
So it looks like the game has just finished up. The guys are just having a bit of a chat. And this is exactly what Gail and I are talking about. The players have just had a hard-fought game, and straight away they come together, shake hands, and wish each other well on the remainder of the event. So I imagine the directors are just getting the next game going. As you can see, the players, the Nicholson duo, we've seen them today already. They've just hopped on for a game. But once again, thank you to GemLife for providing the live stream for us. And we'll just sit here and just enjoy the shade, Gail, while we can.
Age has nothing to do with a number. It's about a state of mind. A decision to seize every day and make it yours. Some people have been alive for ages and never really lived. But that's okay. They'll figure it out. Or they won't. What are you waiting for?
Alrighty, we are back here. So currently we've got some players just warming up. Once again, we're watching the 19 plus event for the... I've just got tournament director Tony showing me which games we currently have. Yeah. So currently the 19 plus mixed doubles. And we've already seen both teams playing today. This should be a pretty solid game. So with the Nicholson duo, we'll be up against Hibbert and Gouldy. Yeah, so I'm still sitting here with Gail. We're just having a good time, having a good chat.
We are.
And so we were talking earlier, Gail, regarding sort of the warm-up procedure. What's your go-to when you're playing with your player, with your partner?
Yep.
You've got 10 minutes to go before your game begins. What do you like to do?
I think it's important to start, Dylan, at the front there. Just start getting the feel for the dinking, keeping that ball in the non-volley zone, and then progressively transitioning back and just working what we call our third shot drop, which could be a fifth shot drop, seventh shot drop, but just getting the feel of getting that paddle head down and just lifting the ball and trying to keep it in that non-volley zone, and then really going for your stroke from the baseline, then taking a few serves. If you've got the opportunity, even in the process of transitioning back, just trying those third shot drops, it's good for the partner doing that to speed the ball up every now and then, for the person at the net to just really get their eyes in. Because as we both know, there's quite a bit of speed that can happen at various times. Yeah.
No, that's great feedback. I think it's something that each team, it's sort of a personal thing, isn't it?
It is.
You know what you want to work on and what you
Yep.
want to get your eye in.
Yep.
And you mentioned serving. It's been a bit of a hot topic for this event thus far, especially the 19 plus. We've seen quite a lot of serves go out of bounds. And I think the wind has come to play a fair bit. In saying that, though, it feels like the wind has dropped off.
Yes, but you raise a very good point. I was saying to my partner before what I had found, as we both know, it's so important to get that serve in, to get the point going. But I, too, was struggling with the wind. I just said to him, I'm going to start dropping the ball rather than releasing it from the hand.
Yep.
Made a massive difference.
There you go.
Yeah. And again, focusing much more on topspin, just to really work that ball in.
Yeah, and we talked about that earlier when we had the team that just finished up the couple in purple. They were they'd transitioned to a more of a drop serve, like what you're mentioning.
Yep.
I've already talked during this broadcast how we can do a drop serve and also hit it on the full as long as it's below the hip. But it's interesting you mentioned that. Like, here you are, a esteemed coach, and even you're struggling with the wind.
Yep.
It's good to note for the players at home that serving, especially getting the yips or getting worried regarding your serves, it happens to all of us.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
but you're 100% right. Just making sure you get it in. You can't get a point if it's not in.
That's right. And again, you've got to deal, this is the other element of just, the thinking process. We've got two different games being played on the one court.
Yep.
Our northern end, they're working power.
Yep.
And this end down here, they're really having to work on control.
Yeah.
All because of the wind.
Yeah, and I think you're spot on. And Bruce did mention that regarding the strategy of who serves first. So we've already seen it's now side of base, so 0-0-2.
Yep.
Currently, with the team that are serving would be Hibbert and Goody. And there's that wind coming into play, so they're already automatically going for that harder ball to try and get it over the serve, over the net. Sorry.
Over the net, yep.
So it's 0-0-2. Another thing that's probably an underrated factor, especially with outdoor play, is that the longer we play with these balls, they gradually degrade. That's something that I think comes into play too. The newer balls fly.
Yep.
They're a lot more susceptible to swing and spin.
Yes.
Whereas the older ones they get, that doesn't necessarily happen. So that's 1-0-2. What's your... How do you as a coach go through... Let's say you're halfway through your playoffs, you've had a couple wins, have a couple losses. What's your sort of thought process with, all right, how do we get to finals? What do we do?
So I guess for my partner and I, what we've done at the end of every match is we've reviewed.
Okay.
Yep. So is that what you mean?
Yeah. Talk us through it. What do you do?
Yeah. So we've reviewed what was working and what wasn't.
Okay.
And thus far, that's been very helpful in terms of how we go into the next match. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I'm a big believer in reflection myself, and it's nice to hear someone else's too. So that's nice. I think I'll just catch the score from the Nicholson duo in the blue. 0-3-2. Thank you. Okay, so you sort of reflect. Can you give us a rundown, like if you use an example of what you've already talked about what's something that you may have reflected upon?
Yep. Look, I think there are some players who just love power.
Yep.
You know, if you put the ball in their hitting zone, my golly gosh, you've got to be really bearing down at the net to be able to manage that in blocking it back. So we're looking at, combinations from that perspective. Is one liking a soft game and the other liking a hard game, and consequently making sure our play is pitched to what they don't want.
Exactly.
Yeah. Having said that, you have to acknowledge you've got to have a skill set that can actually adapt to that.
Yeah, adaptability, I think, is a underrated trait. As sort of Gail and I mentioned in the past, we might have people from badminton or squash or tennis, table tennis, someone who's a rugby union player coming across. As a result, everyone has their own play style, and adaptability to your partner's play style, especially in doubles. Singles, obviously, you have to adapt to your opposition.
Indeed.
But doubles, it's more relevant to who you're playing with.
Indeed, and it's if I be very honest and say that for my partner today, as him being a younger person, he's very much into the power play.
Yep.
So for me, it's just there to support him and to give him the space on the court he needs to shine.
Yep.
Yeah. We talk about a terminology, claim and shine.
Okay.
And that is understanding which part of the court you're covering at any given time throughout a point. And that can change many times. But it's understanding what your role is as you shift to that different part of court.
I think that's absolutely, just a great terminology. I think I've always sort of gone off of more of a, support play style. I'm always trying to support the more power players myself.
Yep.
Unfortunately, a net roll into the knees there. But, it's definitely something. If you're playing with someone with a gun forehand, you do what you can to make sure, and especially if they're hot.
Yes.
We had a couple of games earlier on today where I was explaining what freezing is, when you freeze someone out.
Yep.
And as a result, Janine Bergen was responding, and she was playing really well. She was like, "No, it's my time to shine."
Yes.
Really similar to what you're saying.
Yeah.
And they ended up getting the win as a result of that. That's a great shot. So I think keeping that in mind, I'm just finding the score before we continue talking. 4-2-2. I think it's that's a great serve. You might be a gun power player with a forehand that can tear the skin off the ball, but you at times have to be assisting your partner because they might be hot.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's equally important too. I know yesterday for my partner and the ladies, we were, there's those moments where one of you can be off the boil, and you really need to just be so encouraging each other in that. It's so easy to get down on yourself. I know I tend to be very hard on myself.
Yep. You're not alone. I'm the same. Don't stress.
Yeah. But the encouragement factor is really, really important, and it's delightful when you both happen to be firing at the same time.
Yeah,
but it's not always. But it's not always that way.
No.
Yeah.
And I think as we've gone to a side away, I believe it's 2-6-2. Yep. The communication aspect of pickleball, I think, is actually not talked about enough.
Yep.
Especially in doubles. I think the players generally will have a bit of a strategy when they go into a tournament.
Yes.
There we go, communication, falling the ball out. As a result, they get the side away. So it's 6-2-1. But you've already mentioned, multiple things that you've already talked about are directly relevant to communication with partner.
They indeed. Yep.
Let's talk about communication from a coach's perspective. So if you were to then do reflection with a player after a tournament, what kind of things would you say, okay, this is what worked, this is what didn't work?
Yep. Yeah, good question. I'm very much into the whole thing of, first of all, tell me what you did really well.
Yep.
And it's been delightful for me, I've got to say. I've been so excited.
Shot to the noggin.
It was a shot to the noggin. It can hurt too, can't it?
Well, Bruce and I were talking about it. That's why everyone wears glasses. But yeah.
Yeah. Where were we? We were talking about, what would I as a coach? It's been delightful to hear various players come up and say, I did what you told me and it worked. Yep. And I get so excited with
positive
them.
Positive affirmation.
Yeah. And Dylan, sometimes it's the simplest things. It doesn't have to be hard, because you and I both know one of the most difficult things is to keep your eye on the ball right to your paddle.
Yep.
If you do that, you've got a 50% greater chance of getting the ball over.
It's,
Yep.
you know, you're spot on. And I think I learned something recently through went and did a coaching course.
Yep.
And just the simple fact that where you face your paddle
Yes.
is where the ball goes.
That's right.
You know, it sounds like such a common sense thing. And here I am been doing coaching for years now for multiple sports. But it's something that once you... Now, exactly to sort of touch on, this is a great little shootout here.
Yes, it is.
Oh, look at them go.
Beautiful.
Beautiful block.
Now, that gentleman bared down beautifully.
Yeah.
Athletic stance. It was fabulous. It was a real brick wall.
Touching on what you mentioned, where I did something where it's what I wanted to work on, and it started working.
Yes.
As a result, you know, my dinks and drives, I can now I'm a little more accurate with them.
Yep.
And it came from a simple, that's just gone wide, a simple coach's suggestion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people that don't ask for advice or at least feedback are limiting themselves. You know, there's so much to be learned.
Absolutely. It's again, I'm going to bring back one other simple tip that I say to a lot of players. It's important to see the ball off the opponent's paddle. And there's a response that we must give that acknowledges we've actually seen the ball.
Yeah.
And that's the split step.
Okay.
Where you are activating, so you're coming up onto the balls of your feet, then ready to move forward, backward, sideways, whatever. But it's so important because it says, okay, I saw the ball off the opponent's paddle. Now I keep my eyes focused as I'm shifting to wherever that ball is going.
Yeah, I think that's very good feedback. And it's especially when pickleball is so, at the net especially, it's so fast.
Yep.
But I think what you're suggesting is probably also very prominent in singles. You've got to be able to see exactly where they're going to be striking the ball, at least determine it, and react appropriately. And we will, for the viewers at home, we will be streaming singles tomorrow as well. Once again, thank you to Gem Life for providing us with that opportunity to do so. But exactly what you're talking about is going to be directly relevant in that particular event.
Yep.
Now, as we can see, the players have... I think the a common theme that I've seen with a couple of the guys in this particular draw is there's been a fair few serving errors. Now, if you were to talk to a new player, or at least someone who, you know, has played a couple of times, but they might get the yips. Because if you are watching from home and you do struggle with the serve, don't stress, there are a lot of people that do. Gail, what would be your suggestion to someone who might be in that sort of category where... you know, I only get 50% of the balls in, or only... What's your, go-to tips for serving?
It's practice routine, Dylan. So what I mean by that is there is a particular stance that will provide you with more accuracy than not.
Okay.
And if I said to you, if we look at the baseline, what I say to players is, first of all, I want to see you place the ball in hand, and be you left or right dominant. So for me, I'm right dominant. I will have my ball in my left hand, and I will make sure that when I set up, that hand is over the baseline so that my hand is inside the court.
Okay.
Yeah. And I will be either releasing the ball out of the hand and I'll hit it on the full, or I will bounce it from that point.
Yes,
so let it drop and bounce. Yep. But again, it's all part of routine.
Oh, there's a net roll.
That's so frustrating.
We touched on this earlier. It's all right.
Yeah, so that's the start point. It really is. If you don't have routine, what I see happen so very often is people's foundation, and what do I mean by that, is their feet move a lot.
Yeah.
And that causes a lot of error because you need to be able to push down up through your feet to start to generate some power. Yep.
No, I think that's a great stroke.
Yeah,
And there's that face the paddle pushing that we were talking about.
Indeed, right between the feet.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll just catch the score. 8-5-1, I believe I just heard. And I think you've nailed it. I think the serving is often a underrated. Like, you know, when you verse someone with a good serve, you know it.
Yep.
You're in trouble straight away.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's very good advice that you've provided there, Gail. I think what if you're a good server and you want to improve your, you know, arsenal? We've already touched, Taylor and I talked on the spin serve getting removed, you know, throughout the process. But what do you, like, if you are a decent server but you want to, like, start hitting certain targets on the court if you want to hit to their backhand, or
Yep.
what's your thought process there, or what would be your recommendation to someone?
Yep. You really need to understand the principle of topspin.
Yep.
And I think you have to weigh up risk
Yep.
in the serve in terms of, will I just get it in,
Yeah.
or will I intentionally practice a particular location? Obviously, you want to be looking for, is the opposition weaker on the forehand or backhand stroke? And for me, that's where I target in the serve. But certainly with
This is
the...
a good dink rally we have going. Sorry
Yes,
to
no,
cut
it's great.
Oh, nice
again, that
rally.
net.
Yeah. But yeah, continue, please. Yeah.
Yeah, so really understanding topspin,
Yeah.
first of all, because we want that ball to remain in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, would it be true to say, do you think that listeners would understand topspin is brushing up the back of the ball?
Well, let's assume that no one has ever played a paddle
Yep.
or tennis, a racket sport.
Okay.
So could you explain just in the briefest terms what a topspin shot would be?
Yeah, well, you certainly want to start low with the paddle.
Yep.
Yep, and you want to actually brush up the back of the ball.
Okay.
That's what you want to do. And if you were looking down at your paddle as you start the beginning of that stroke, let's say you're going to start from around about knee height,
Yeah.
the paddle face is partially closed. So the palm of the hand is partially down.
Okay.
And then you're going to
Pressure.
quickly brush up the back of the
Yeah.
ball. But again, you have to drive from your feet. That's where your power comes, because the quicker you get the paddle head through the stroke, the more spin it creates at the upper end.
Yeah,
And you'll see arc as the ball goes
Yeah.
over the net. Yeah.
That's absolutely wonderful. Just advice and insight to the game. I think. Oh, unfortunately, it's just gone long. A lot of people, I think, don't realise the. I guess the science.
Yes,
Dare we use
that's
that term?
right. Yeah.
There is a lot of science that comes into play with the pickleball
Yep.
scene, and we are starting to see it more, especially with new paddles that have been brought out
Yep.
that deliberately target sort of that spin and what the paddle can do with the ball in relevance to spin.
Indeed. Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I think, as with tennis, biomechanics counts for an enormous amount. I've said to players that, and we said this at the very start, that, if something's working, don't change it.
Exactly.
But I have said to players this weekend, what I'll do is this: I will look when I get an opportunity to watch you playing to see whether there's a technical issue. And if there is, we can come back and focus on that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but don't get hung up about it.
No.
Yeah?
And that is
Yeah.
actually one of the hardest things to do, isn't it?
It is.
Especially when the
Yeah.
pressure's on. And
Yeah.
even in rec play, quite often we see people, and I've done this myself, where you get grumpy with yourself, like, oh, come
Yep.
on, you can do better than that. But understanding that this is all learning.
Yes. Yes.
You mentioned it earlier, we're always learning.
That's it. Yep, and I am too.
Yep.
Yep, I love it. I just love. There's so much to understand about it.
Yeah, and I think
Yep.
we sort of touched on the beauty of the sport earlier, but once you realise that everyone's learning, that's when it becomes a fun game, because we're all in a
Absolutely.
classroom,
Yep.
but we're out here having fun.
Yes.
Not to say the school can't be fun, but we're going back into Dylan's history there, but
Yep.
but no, out on the courts when you're learning and everyone else is learning at the same time. Like here, we've just seen two serves that have gone long,
Yes.
or gone wide rather.
wide, yeah.
So it's like, okay,
Yep.
we're learning immediately. We've seen the immediate feedback of said serve.
Yep.
Why has that happened?
Yep. Well, you actually gave the answer before. If I just reflect upon those couple of serves, which actually went on the other side of the centre line, it was more about where their paddle face
Yep.
was actually pointing when they struck the ball.
Yep.
Yep.
And we've just had the end of the game there. But no, I think you've nailed it, Gail. And this is the sort of feedback that I really want to start promoting more with live streams, and just people understand sort of the more technical aspect of the sport. I think we've definitely touched on. We talked about stacking earlier today, for example, things like that, which a lot of people wouldn't know. When I talk about stacking, it's like, what on earth are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, it really is. It's understanding what is the strength of your partner. And again, I am with a left-handed player.
Exactly right.
So we want to make sure, because he loves really firing off on his forehand, we want to make sure that we position him to do that. So consequently, we will be stacking. So to just pick up on that, Dylan, you say what is stacking. So for instance, with my partner as a lefty, what'll happen is that at various times when he's serving, we'll both be on the same side of the court.
Yeah.
And the same for myself. And that's all about making sure that he has that forehand down the centre to really fire.
Really benefit on their strongest hand.
Yep.
And I think for players at home that might, often stacking comes into play where someone might have a weaker backhand. Now, if you're sitting watching on the couch or whatever, and you find, oh, yeah, that sounds like me, this might be something you could look into. But I would personally recommend, rather than actively avoiding using your backhand, learn how to use it.
Absolutely.
Because especially when you start climbing the ropes, and I find this is very relevant in that sort of 3.0 to 3.5 category, where players start using the fundamentals more, they start coming to the net more and start dinking more.
Yep.
Or getting into volleys at least.
Yep.
Your backhand is going to be needed.
Indeed it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
yep.
would you have any tips for anyone that might shy away from a backhand stroke?
Yeah, number one, I would say exactly what you said. Try and take on the mentality of it's a good thing to learn how to do that. And in fact, at the net, you're going to be using a backhand more than anything else because it's easier to get those shots coming at you fast.
Yep.
So I just say to people, if you can imagine your paddle in a vertical position, that it's just really important to take a look at that. Just stop and take a look. Is my paddle vertical right now? So just up and down. If you can just really bear down on the ground, and you really do have to use your legs here, just come down a little lower so you're strong, you're a brick wall in that position. So it's not actually as hard as one thinks. And I think to learn it from the net and then work your way back is the best thing to do.
And that's really good feedback, because I know, no doubt there's people at home that are like, I would like to do this, but what's the process? And that's a simple little tip there you provided with going from the net and working back.
Yep.
All right, so it looks like we're about to have the spin. Currently, this game that we're going to be watching, so this is still 19 plus mixed mixed doubles rather, sorry. And currently we've got, it looks like Bergen and Shooten are versing Hibbert and Goody again. So typically in a tournament round robin, for those that haven't played in a tournament, you'll verse a lot of people and there'll be lots of games. Now these games have been going to 15, and the result of that is that these guys will be pretty tired by the end of a gale.
Indeed they will.
And the game's underway, so it's 0-0-2. That's a nice drive. And we talked about Hendricks earlier with his, or Hendrick rather, with his very dominant forehand.
Yes.
Be curious to see how the opposing team deals with this. So that's 1-0-2.
Indeed. Yep. Yes, he loves to tee off, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yep.
You mentioned power players earlier.
Yep.
That's definitely one that comes to mind.
Yep. So we need to be very on our game here in terms of third shot drops.
Yep.
Yep, into that non-volley zone, just to try and take that power away from him.
So let's talk about that. So if you were a player that is, unfortunately it's just gone low.
Yeah.
If that's 1-1-1, I believe. But if you were versing someone with an absolute gun forehand or gun backhand, and you just want to, you want to minimize what they can do, what's your strategy towards that?
Yeah, number one, you've got to keep the ball very low.
Yep.
So again, if you don't use your body and really your legs here, I'm talking about, you've got to get down low for you to keep a ball low if you're going to really go for it.
Yep.
And drive the ball. And again, it's also helpful to have topspin on that because the ball will dip as it's coming over the net. But the other side of it, though, is there's an appropriate point or appropriate time through the playing of a point where you really need to reset.
Okay.
And that's all about taking the power off the shot you're receiving.
Yep.
So it could be flying at you hard, but you need a very soft grip.
Yeah, I've always said the reset's one of the hardest shots in the game. And
absolutely.
And if you find yourself in that category of like a 3.5 I keep saying these numbers for viewers at home. Gail and I will explain them after this little tangent. But if you find yourself in that 3.5 and you'd like to climb into that 4.0 category, I think understanding a reset is definitely required. But yeah, if you'd like to continue, Gail. Sorry, I just jumped in there.
No, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, so that was in response to your question here about, for instance, this pair we've got here, where the chap... it's
bounced into the net. And the crowd goes wild.
That was great. So unfortunate to have to finish that way. Yeah. That's unkind, isn't it?
No, that's all you can do is just laugh.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Not much you can do about that.
Yeah.
Let's just go along.
Yeah.
But no, okay, so if a player's absolutely banging it, yeah, that's what would be your recommendations?
Yep.
So that's 3-1-2 currently. Yep. All right, so we'll see what the...
See, the thing for the pair down this end on our right, they've got a circumstance at the moment where they need to be going for as much power as they can because the wind's driving the ball back. But the beauty to that is that so many of the shots will drop into the non-volley zone, which is going to make it harder for this chap who wants to tee off on his forehand.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. I think a lot of people, especially taller individuals that like to play at the net, they cover so much ground.
They do.
It's very hard to get a ball past them, and I know in singles, if you look at a lot of the taller players, they just have a little bit more of an advantage because they can cover so much ground.
Absolutely. And long arms.
And long arms, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that was 5-3-1 there by Bergen, so there's a lovely drive there.
Yeah, well done.
He nearly went in the kitchen. Good composure there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And that's something often... Okay, so we've had a timeout. Now, I talked about this in the past, Gail. We noticed there that the team from Hibbert and Gouldy they placed their paddles on the ground. And the reason for that is to obviously just identify, hey, look, this is, this is where I am.
Indeed.
Because we've all done it. You come back from a timeout and forget, oh, where was I standing? Or maybe that's just me, typical male, losing things. But no, the timeouts. So, have you utilised them much?
Yes, certainly have.
Okay.
Yeah. There's times when momentum's going the other way, and you do not want to let that just snowball.
Yeah.
So it's really important to take time out to just pause a moment. You've got a minute. You've only got a minute, so it's got to be quick. But you really need to just be able to review.
Oh, great shots there.
And
good
work
presence
out.
of the net.
Absolutely. What do we need to do different here?
Yeah.
And right now I'd say for this pair, because this chap down here is so tall, and it's got quite a bit of strength.
That's Hibbert and Gouldy.
Hibbert and Gouldy, okay. Yep. This pair here, instead of trying to quickly get to the net, they need to be prepared to be patient and wait back a little bit.
Okay.
Yep. And start at a given time again. It's all about, when have they just given a great shot that's in that non-volley zone, and start to transition forward.
Yeah, we've just had a swap of sides. It's currently 8-3-2. Now that's awesome feedback there, Gail. And I will say this gentleman here is absolutely starting to strike the ball really well.
He is. Yeah.
So it's 3-8-1. Unfortunately, she's a couple of ladies thus far have really struggled with
that serve. Yep.
Especially this side on the left. I think the crosswind is definitely coming into play a bit more.
Yep. What I would be suggesting to someone, just watching what was happening there, was to actually stand side on instead of body facing forward.
Yep.
That's right. Yep. I can see why that ball's going wide with that open stance they're serving with. Yep.
Beautiful finish.
Yep.
And you mentioned earlier about reset shots. I think Bergen pulled off. It was a fast reset, but it was still a sort of kill composure, cause that pop-up.
Yeah.
And that's the entire goal when you're at the net, isn't it? To get that pop-up so you can play a winning stroke.
Absolutely. Nice hands there.
Oh,
good work. Well done.
It's still live.
Yep.
This is a good rally.
Oh,
And
no.
Hendricks puts it away.
it's so frustrating when all of a sudden you realise you've just popped that ball
Yeah,
up.
exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, it's definitely it's something you got to be aware of when you're versing someone that's like 6 foot, 7 foot tall.
Yep.
Because if you do a pop up, they're hitting in a downward motion,
Yes.
which will result in crushing your toes.
Indeed. Yep.
Oh, there's a shake and bake by
yeah,
Hendricks.
Yep.
So the viewers at home, you might notice that our nets, Bruce Winter sort of talked about it earlier, but we're currently playing at a venue that has courts and nets. The tournament directors didn't have to actually place the nets. That's a great shot. As a result, I find, and I'll be curious to get your opinion on this, Gail, but typically the nets that are, they're purpose-built, they're there with the court.
Yep.
The actual, it's a bit more taut, a bit more tight.
It is.
And as a result, balls will bounce over.
Indeed.
Whereas if as we just see there,
Yep.
oh, good hands into the crowd. There's a Schweppes classic catch from the gentleman in the crowd. But compared to tournaments where we might play with portable nets, where it doesn't happen quite as often. What's your thoughts on? Have you noticed anything similar?
I
or?
absolutely have, and I think the way this facility is set up is fabulous.
Yeah, it's good, eh?
Yeah, it's just, as you just said, the net system set up here is not what we're used to.
Yep.
So it also, because it's so lovely and taut, you really do have to get down low in that non-volley zone to get that ball over.
So it definitely benefits correct technical play.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Oh, the lady's just walking past us with a handful of lunch.
It smells good.
The appetite's kicking in there. But no, it's seems to be like just the vibe at the moment, the atmosphere of the tournament. Everyone's having a great time. There's a large group of people currently watching this game that we're watching right now, and everyone's tucking into some food. Well, unfortunately, Hendricks hits that a bit too low.
Yeah.
But that's a beautiful thing about tournaments. And if you had any tips for anyone at home that might be watching that have never gone to a tournament, what's the general feeling of a tournament?
I think that, I'm just going to make this comment, and I was talking about this with someone earlier on today, that, you can definitely see that there's a competitive spirit out there in certain people, certain sort of personality types, and you'll hear the come on, and all that sort of stuff. But it's still in such a beautiful spirit. Yep. It's very different to the, I don't know what you want to call it, but I think you know what I mean. Yeah. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
The spectatorship can get into it as well.
Exactly right, I think.
Yeah.
And you've nailed it. Like I said, everyone's here just
Yep.
currently eating some lunch and having a good laugh. And
Yep.
we get to watch some pickleball on a beautiful Sunday afternoon.
Indeed. It's just fantastic to hear the compliments on both sides of a net during play.
Exactly
a great
right.
shot or whatever. Yeah.
And that looks like we've just had the game, so I'm going to assume that Shooten and Bergen have gotten up on that one. But yeah, if you were at home currently and you've considered playing in a tournament but maybe a little bit anxious or a little bit nervous, you might not also have a partner to play with. We've both been in these shoes, Gail, where it's your first ever tournament, you don't know who to play with. What would be your guidance for someone that might want to give a tournament a go?
I'd go along to their local club.
Yep.
And just meet up with some people there. And I know for some folk that have come to me from the coaching perspective, they've come because they want to play in a tournament, but they don't quite know how to get themselves ready.
Yep.
So there are certain things that one could do to prepare, but most importantly, you need to acquaint with the rules of the game.
Exactly right.
And that can take quite a bit of getting the head around to begin with. Yep. But the other side is, as a tennis player, my word, it was darn hard to realise I couldn't go in this side, that non-volley zone and volley.
Yeah.
So there are certain things you really do need to acquaint with, and many of the clubs are set up with hosts.
Yep.
So there's always people there to just lend a hand, and they'll have their skills and drills session as well as their social sessions. But I've had a couple of newbie players that have just said to me, I really want to learn how to play this game, but where do I go? So look, it's not hard, just go to your local club.
Yeah, I would highly recommend anyone that's currently watching, especially on the Facebook or YouTube streams, if you are watching and you do want to give it a go, just flick a comment in. I'm sure that the PAA staff or whoever manages that will, chip in and be like, yeah, cool.
Yep.
If you're in this area, go to this club.
Yep.
As Gail has mentioned, there's always the community is so wonderful. Everyone will be
Yeah.
glad to invite you in with open arms and teach you the wonderful sport
That's it.
that we love and enjoy.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, Dylan, this has been great fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, you're right. Thank you for coming along.
problem.
But no doubt we'll see your games later on. And best of luck with it all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the opportunity.
No, thanks. Always welcome. Okay, welcome back to the Pan Pacific Masters Games here at Gold Coast. My name is Dylan Kimlin, and I'm currently in Currumbin, in the lovely area of Gold Coast. It's quite a beautiful day right now. Currently, as you guys can see, we are still watching the 19 plus mixed event, and we're currently going through the round robins. Now, we've been streaming the round robins all morning, but I imagine we'll be getting through to the finals relatively soon. Currently in this game, we've got the... Oh, that's unfortunate. We've got a pretty fun game. I'll try and catch the score. Unfortunately, it wasn't read out, but I will catch the score for you as soon as I can, and I'll give it a readout. While we're waiting for the score, I might just read out a bit of information about the sponsors for today's live stream. So I mentioned earlier that we're very blessed to have Gem Life stepping in to help out with the stream. So who they are, they're an innovative and dynamic developer of over 50s resort living. Now, well, that's a great shot. I mentioned that in the past that when I spoke to Gail regarding if you're in the older demographic and you'd like to give pickleball a go, this is a beautiful sport to get involved with, and I believe that Gem Life provides an extensive range of luxurious amenities for the homeowners, including a pickleball court in every resort. So, if you are watching and you do play this sport or you'd like to give it a go, definitely something I would consider. The website, just www.gemlife.com.au. Give it a look-see. I know if I had the opportunity to play pickleball every day at my own court, I would be taking that opportunity up. I don't know if my partner would appreciate it because I'd be spending a lot more time on the courts, but it's an absolutely wonderful sport, and we thank Gem Life for the coverage. So it's the wind has picked up a fair bit. We were talking about it earlier today that it's definitely played a bit of a part. However, it died off for about an hour or so, but it seems we'll be back with a vengeance. In saying that though, as I'm sitting here in the shade, I'm appreciative of it because I imagine out on the courts it's a bit of a scorcher. That's unfortunate. Now, we talked about earlier the presence of stacking and why people do it. If you're not stacking, what happened there just in that particular passage of play can occur where both players go for the ball in the middle. Oh, that's a wonderful pickup. Here's the pop-up. Unfortunately, put into the net. When the ball's in the middle and both players don't communicate, it often results in I call them a high five. It's when both your paddles strike each other. That's a nice finish there, and as a result, the ball usually goes where you don't want it to go. So yeah, just the value of communication, understanding the ball and where it is and whose ball it is. If you're currently considering tournaments and you're playing with someone that might have only played one or two or brand new to tournaments, that would be my first advice, is to actually have a chat to your partner and just decide, okay, if the ball's in the middle, whose ball is it? A lot of players use call signs like mine or yours or out for whatever the ball, whose player may be. Ensure that you have that conversation with your partner. It's definitely advice that could potentially win you an extra couple of points, and in a tournament, every point matters. Now, we've just had a swap of play, so obviously one of the teams has reached 8 points. I'm still waiting to hear a score. As soon as I get it, I'll let you know. But yeah, this game will go to 15 as they all have. I am curious to see how the balls are going because we have talked about them. They've been used for multiple games now. They're definitely going to be starting to be a little bit more, not as responsive as they wear on during the day. That was a nice serve right on the line. Bit of a kick to it. Unfortunately, just gone too wide. But this is around the period of time, there are a lot of players around me right now. I mentioned it earlier, having lunch. So, sort of refueling. We've had a bit of a discussion regarding the score. As I'm also in the same boat, I'm not too sure what it is either. Now, if this game had an official, this is where they would step in. Typically the players, I would say 99% of the time, players can sort out whatever the dispute may be on the court. If you are at a tournament, however, you can always request an official if officials are available. And I would recommend doing so. It happens quite a lot in tournaments. So we'll see what the score has been called. Still not sure. Okay, viewers at home, if you are playing in a tournament, please call your scores before you serve. It just makes it a lot easier for everyone involved. Oh, unfortunately that's just gone wide. I don't mind that though, bit of a backhand drive down the line, it's never a bad thing. Now I will say that the serving problems that we were talking about earlier today seem to have dissipated. So obviously the team in purple have had a discussion regarding this. When I spoke to both Gail and Bruce, we did, and actually Taylor as well, we did mention that's 391 for the viewers at home. We did mention the value of just having that conversation with your team and figuring out what works and what isn't working. That's a great smash straight down the line. So it should be 392. As a result, the players, their serves have been quite accurate. And that has just fallen in. So that should be 931. Oh, that's quite unfortunate. Great defense though from the team that are on the line there. As we mentioned earlier, that is a lower percentage shot to pull off, but they've managed to retain it. It should be 10-3-1. Oh, that's a great cover. We've got a switch. And that has just fallen in. There's the wind. Now, what has happened there is you're allowed to switch on the court. Now, the serving team have, during a play, the ball has resulted in the players crisscrossing, if you could call it that, and have had to switch. This is allowed and quite often is required, especially if you have more of a frenetic match. Oh, great hands. Oh, look at this defensive effort. Beautiful effort by Team in Blue. Well done. We've just had a kitchen call. Once again, we love the sportsmanship that's coming across here from the players in Currumbin.
Simple. Follow the schedule.
That's unfortunate. It's just fallen in.
Okay, on court number 2 over here, Collins, Edwards, Evans, Nichols, Dasha, and Ryan. I can learn a little bit. All right, on court number 1 is Group C, Walker, Murray. That's Jay Walker and Murray. Jay Walker and Crestwell. Malloy, Pietzig and McCoy. There's McCoy. Somebody have that remote. And then on court number 8, we've got Green and Simpson, the dream team from Local. We've got Alley and Mercer, Murphy, Gibson, Ware, and Canundio.
Okay, we're still trying to catch the score. Not entirely sure what it is at the moment. Unfortunately, the players aren't really mentioning it. I'm sure they know what the score is. That's probably the most important thing. Oh, unfortunate there. The dink has just gone wide. The players are just sorting out the score as we're talking. All right, so I had to mute myself for a bit there because the tournament director was having a chat to a lot of the players behind us. So another pool is beginning. For anyone that hasn't played in a tournament before, it's can be quite crazy. There's a lot of people moving around, a lot of different courts being utilised, and you might end up on multiple different courts throughout the day. But typically you have what's called a debrief. So you turn up to the event, have a chat to the tournament director and all the other players in your pool, and then proceed to go and play. And it's important to be at those debriefs. So I did mute myself there because we had a bunch of players sitting around. We're talking to the director regarding what they were doing for their event, and I'm sure we'll end up streaming some of their games today. So after this game, we're going to have a bit of a break, go and have some lunch. And then I imagine we're going to lead into some finals matches when we return, which should be exciting. Oh, nice shot. Nice poach there. So what a poach is, we've used that terminology quite a bit this stream. So what that is where you cut your teammate off to strike the ball. And the reason that happens typically is because you might have a better opportunity to get a winning shot off. So you might have a strong forehand or a smash, and your partner might be in an uncomfortable position to strike said ball. A lot of people do it too much, but some people are afraid to poach. Now, poaching is definitely a strategy that can be beneficial for your team. It's just, if you're playing in rec play, I would always have a chat with your partner before you decide to poach. It can ruffle some feathers if you continually take the ball off someone else. Now I believe I just heard 14-9-1, so we're at side away, which means this is match point. Bang. And that there looks like it is all over Red Rover. So we are going to call it there. We're going to have a bit of a break. We will be back soonish, hopefully half an hour or so, then we can get back into the finals matches. Thank you once again to Gemknife for providing the live stream, and we will be back on soon. This is Dylan, thank you.
always hit again and eat your time. So let's just pretend that it'll work out in the end and turn out fine. Yeah. Every night crashes down on you like an avalanche, opening up the deepest parts of our thoughts, and all you find is deeper shades of blue. So let's dance for hours, letting time pass like the wind. What's on your mind? But leave that behind and let loose. Show your problems out the door and let loose. Ain't no worries on the dance floor. Just let the weight of your shoulders show 'em what you're made of. Right here, right now. Ain't no worries when you let loose. Tonight let's remember that the past is in the past. It is our time. And you won't forget this and definitely not regret your hand in mine. All of the rest just disappears when you look at me. Nobody else around is dragging us down, and now you know there's one thing left to do. So let's dance for hours, letting time pass like the wind. What's on your mind? Leave that behind and let loose. Show your problems out the door and let loose. Ain't no worries on the dance floor. Just let the weight of your shoulders show 'em what you're made of. Right here, right now. Ain't no worries when you let loose. It's all in Let's you and me ghost and turn off our phones. I'm heading up to the cold, I want the sun. Let's head out to the coast. I got this money, let's get ready, let's get out the door. There's a party, move your body, baby, hit the floor. It's getting rowdy, now we're shouting, DJ play one more. Make me feel alive. When it comes time to go home, we're gonna skip our flights, stay another night in the hotel room. Empty bottles everywhere. You said, let's get lost and act like we don't care. Our daily lives are boring. Let's you and me ghost and turn off our phones. I'm heading up to the cold, I want the sun. Let's head out to the coast. I got this money, let's get ready, let's get out the door. There's a party, move your body, baby, hit the floor. It's getting rowdy, now we're shouting, DJ play one more. Yeah. Make me feel alive. Make me feel like makes me feel alive. Make I know all my haters I'd have been knocked down 1,000 times, yeah, I traveled around 1,000 miles, feeling so tired, but you know I can't stop now. Came way too far, won't throw in the towel. It ain't looking real good, but I won't give up. Pac said that I gotta keep my head up, so I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, I'm standing right here. Demons all around, but I ain't got no fear. You can keep me down, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. In the fire now, but I won't be burned. I was waiting for this, and now it's my turn. Sweat on my face, blood in my eyes. Been underground, now I aim for the sky. Now you can last longer. All these moves only making you stronger. Don't give up now, yeah, you gotta climb. But we give it to all until the end, until the end of time. Been through a whole lot, but we overcome. Enemies in our face, but we ain't gon' run. Never drift off course, always stay on mission. Won't slow us down, cause we way too driven. Yeah, we put in this 10,000 hours. You won't stop us, cause we got the power. Whole world is watching, and I hope they ready. From here on out, we are legendary. You can keep me down, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Turn the lights up now, welcome to the show. I ain't never gonna stop, this is all I know. My eyes on the prize, until I die. I'm gonna rise, level up to the skies. Yeah, we here now, we were chosen. All the pain brought us to this moment. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end, until the end of time.
Filling up my cup, coffee talk on the screen porch. So in love, now you're the one I'm losing sleep for. And I hope the wrong ones slip right through your magic fingers. And I hope we find some way to fall in love like we were. Yeah, you're the only reason I was California dreaming in the first place. Seeing you in sundress season got me all up in my feelings for the old days, old days. I've got the summertime blues, thinking about you and me, in the way that it used to be. I've got the summer
about you. Late at night when the sun's going down. Laying in this bed without you, feels so different when you're not around. Yeah, you're the only reason I was California dreaming in the first place. And now sundress seasons got me all up in my feelings about the old days. I've got the summertime blues. I'm thinking of you. I'm thinking of you. Oh, I've got the summertime blues. Holding on to you. Holding on to you.
And good afternoon, welcome back. We are live here at Currumbin Panpax Masters. I'm sitting here with Gordon Watson, the old partner in crime. How you doing, Gordon?
I'm very excited, Dylan. This is going to be an absolute ripper of a match.
Yeah, so we are currently watching the mixed open gold medal match. On the left side, Jen goes for a smash. We've got
Nice put away.
Jen and Taylor. That'll be Robert Murphy and Smith versus Gail Ekin and Dennis Pointing. So previously in the stream we had both Gail and Taylor sit down for some live commentary. And it was absolutely wonderful to hear from them as we have a nice little shootout here. Oh, it's a
Nice put away from Dennis there.
But yeah, ironically they're versing each other. So hopefully no commentators curse us for either teams because they're both on the courts. No, it's wonderful to have you back, Gordon. Always a pleasure chatting with you.
And what a great experience this has been, the Pan Pacific Masters Games. It's the first time pickleball has been in the games.
It's been a wonderful time, and I know all the players, as we're currently sitting here, a lot of players are chowing down on some lunch and watching some good pickleball. It's just been a good experience for all. So Gail to serve, or Aitken to serve.
0-1-1.
0-1-1 as official Mike Newell has called, who's also tournament directing. One of the busiest men in Gold Coast at the moment, this gentleman. So
he's everything pickleball here on the Gold Coast.
yeah, not wrong. So we're pointing to serve. 0-1-2.
Working their way to the net there nicely, but just popping that one up and long.
Yeah, I am curious to see for the viewers at home. So this will be a 3-setter, so 3 games to 11, swap at 6 on the third game. I am curious to see this will be a bit more of a faster game to what we may have streamed earlier in the day, but the players will definitely be a little bit more fiery. I think the wind will come into play a little bit less, as these players will be slogging it. As Jen has unfortunately hit that into the net.
Now the wind is tricky today, Dylan. It's definitely coming from the south, so there is distinct ends. So Tyler and Jen, they'll have the wind behind them, and yeah,
there it is.
Maybe maybe that's the reason why that was just pushed long.
You know, it's funny, Gordon. You mentioned it. The games we streamed earlier today on the right side, where Gail and Dennis are currently standing. A lot of balls were going out on that side because the wind was just giving them that additional, foot of travel time. It's going to be really curious to see whether, because these guys obviously this is a high-level game, be curious to see whether this occurs in this game as well. So it's currently 1-1-2, pointing to serve.
And if you're hitting into that wind like Gail just experienced then, you just have to give it that little bit extra to get it across the net.
Yeah, well, you obviously played in the games today in this same pool. Oh, it's unfortunately just rolled back.
The wind didn't help in that case there, Dylan.
But how did you find the, I know a lot of the players have mentioned the wind and the venue itself has been great, but the temperature's starting to warm up.
Yeah, it's perfect pickleball conditions really, because it's not too hot. It's not a typical hot Gold Coast summer day. It's quite mild and sunny, but the wind is tricky, so it does add an exciting element to the game.
That's a nice switch there by. Well done.
Great rally.
And I mentioned this in the stream earlier today regarding switching, and Dennis and Gail have just pulled that off. They're also stacking, so we did speak regarding this earlier on today, and Gail actually gave specific insight on why her and her partner Dennis do stack.
Nice put away from Tyler.
Absolute blasted ball there by Taylor, but it's just checking they're okay.
Taylor's very gentlemanly.
He's always got a smile on his face.
Oh, good call from Taylor there.
I have a feeling that Gail's paddle went in the kitchen anyway. official Neil was already on it. So he said before the game, viewers, that
Ooh, nice
it's a
drive.
great drive. He'll be officiating the score, also kitchen calls and illegal serves. Now, we touched on this briefly in the broadcast regarding what is an illegal serve and what's allowed, but this is a great opportunity. I don't think it's going to happen in this game, but if it does, it'll be a great talking point. You know, people at home can see what sort of not to do. So currently 3-1-2, Smith to serve.
Ooh, just pushing that one wide. And I think it's worth mentioning, you know, Taylor, he's the current men's doubles Australian Open champion with Caden Hansel.
Yep.
So, you know, he's had a really big couple of months.
Yeah. Well, you get in that groove. Oh, there's a bit of a switch there from Jen and Taylor.
Nice speed up there from Gale.
Yeah, I mean, you keep travelling on that, you carry that form through to other events, hey, and obviously Smith has continued to do so with getting through to a gold medal match here.
And it's also worth mentioning, you know, like Dennis has had a pretty big year as well. He's played most, if not all, all of the Queensland Tour events. And he's been so consistent all season, but not only consistent, his form has gotten better and better and better every tournament. So to see him in today's final is exciting.
Well, you always want to acknowledge hard work. And
Definitely.
obviously these players have been, the Australian tournament scene at least has been just progressing to a point now where everyone is, you know, when you sit down and watch a gold medal match, it's going to be good quality. And as a result, that's why we have a bunch of people sitting around us right now watching this game.
I was about to say, if you could grab a camera and take a look around the court, we've got a couple of stands and they're all full of people and they're all watching this game. So it's very popular and everybody is into this match.
3-3-1, that ball goes a bit long there. Rumba Murphy to serve. So we'll see if Smith and Rama do a switch here again.
Ooh, nice. Nice poach there from Taylor.
So they switched earlier in this game when Jen and Taylor swapped sides. We'll be curious to see whether this happens again. It doesn't look like it is.
Ooh.
So maybe that's a, maybe they're just throwing it in at random just to mix the opposition up, which, I mean, full credit to them. I'm all for a bit of an unpredictable strategy.
Yeah, and Jen making some uncharacteristic unforced errors, just pushing a few into the net, but I'm sure she's going to come good because she's usually so consistent.
You know, she's the most patient player in pickleball, and this is going to be interesting because
Yeah,
Gail is also very very patient. So we might.
Where's that counter?
Yeah, well, I've got to go.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, that was a 15-shot rally. I think the
and that could help Jen get that, you know, rhythm and form back. Yeah.
Well, I recall speaking to a fair few players back in the day when Jen and her partner Sunda sort of reigned supreme on the mixed scene. They would have rallies that would be 40+ points, and it would just be cross thinking rallies over and over again. That has just gone long, unfortunately.
Good eye. 4-4-1, so we've got a close match. We've got what we wanted so far. Nice reach there from Dennis, but just being found wanting on that quick return from Taylor.
So it's 5-4-1.
5-4-1.
Murphy to serve.
Ooh. Oh, nice.
Great recovery. We'll see how they go.
Oh, beautiful
That's a beautiful shot there
reset.
by Smith.
Oh,
It's just landed in.
what's the call there?
Call, please. Out.
Oh, they've called it out.
Second server.
That was a close call on that far line. So it's
5-4-2.
second server.
That's a great return. Nice deep shot there. Here we go, that ladies cross
Back
court
into
rally
that.
again. It'd be curious to see because I imagine this is going to be a very common theme for the rest of the game. When the gentlemen pounce and try and poach that cross shot, I imagine both Dennis and Taylor have a very long reach.
Oh, definitely.
I don't see this being a problem for either of them.
And you can see,
Good attack there.
and you can see Dennis is right on that line, so he's poised and ready.
There we go. They'll fire it up. Man, if you're a traditionalist, you'd be loving watching this, seeing the ladies with that 5th or 7th shot transition to the net. 7-4-2. The some quality shots thus far. That's a great third shot.
Lovely third from Emma Murphy.
And notice how Taylor opted to have a third shot across rally there with the ladies instead.
Oh, beautiful lob. Oh, well finished by Taylor. Great rally.
Great effort by Pointing.
Beautiful offensive lob there.
We noticed
them
there,
right back.
Before that occurred, Taylor did a front on dink to cause the cross court again between Aitken and Ramamurthy. So that's obviously their strategy. They want. It's a good time to call a timeout. But I have a feeling that that's currently the strategy for Ramamurthy and Smith, is they want to get in that cross court battle.
Yeah. So what do you think Dennis and Gail will be talking about here?
Well, they've called the timeout. I'm being very quiet because we have Smith and Ramamurthy standing right in front of us watching us. But no, I imagine it's just get things down pat. Like, I don't think there's been many unforced errors in this game. It's just been they might have had a loss of point due to a strong strike from the opposition. Yeah. I think it's. Don't get me wrong. I believe that Gail will definitely back her cross-court dink.
Oh, she should, because it's solid as.
So I think it's just having that conversation of, okay, this is what they're doing. What can we do to limit their effectiveness, so on. So I'll be definitely curious to see what happens. Gone straight back to it.
Back into the pattern. And there we go. There's that reach in by Dennis.
Yeah.
And it only takes, just one change in that dinking pattern.
Just a minuscule change, and I think that's definitely that's what they would have discussed.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that switch we were talking about. So Taylor's now on the forehand side of the court.
Oh, and looks like that wanting to dink to Dennis, which is interesting. Even Jen going straight to Dennis there, which can be a dangerous tactic because it leaves herself open to an earning potentially.
Well done. Pointing, dominating at the net there, so 6-9-1. How crazy was that third shot drop? The wind picked it up and just dropped it in.
Well, Dylan, yesterday I was watching a match and it was 4 Japanese players and the wind was so hard it bounced on this side and then carried back onto their side. So,
unfortunately. Yeah, because we are relatively close to the ocean here, eh?
Yeah, Currumbin's beautiful. Currumbin, I think a few years back, was the most beautiful beach in Queensland. And it's just a beautiful spot in the world. And the perfect place for pickleball at the Pan Pacific Masters Games. 9-6-1. Ramamurthy and Smith. Back into the dinking pattern. Ramamurthy just putting it into the net there. This is the first game of the best of 3. Playing to 11, win by 2 each game. Oh. Dennis working the ball really well there. Just catching Taylor out.
And that's 6-9-1 with Aitken to serve.
It's 6-9-1. We're just playing a lead on that last.
Ooh. And they're the ones, when you let them go, you hope it goes out, because you look silly if not. But Taylor obviously backed himself there.
Yeah.
6-9-2.
Pointing to serve. He's got a bit of a spin serve pointing, like it's nothing crazy, but...
And sometimes it's enough, it moves enough to at least maybe get a sloppy return.
Oh, now the ladies are doing a front on dink. Yeah. There's a pop-up. Oh, beautiful hands.
Oh!
Smith had it.
Great rally.
So this to me, and correct me if you think I'm wrong here, Gordon, but it looks to me like the ladies are going head-to-head. They want to have that dink rally. Personally, I love to see it when both players back themselves and like, yeah.
Well, it just means we get to see every element of what makes pickleball such a fantastic game.
Oh, it's a beautiful third shot.
Oh. I'm surprised the boys haven't got into a dinking duel at this point.
Well, I just think that both teams, you know, they back their partners. It's like, yeah, you can win the point. I've got you.
9-7-1.
It's 9-7-1. Smith to serve.
Oh, I was about to say if anyone can get to that ball, it would be Dennis, but just too far.
That's a net roller right there.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. It's funny because I was talking about it to Gail earlier today and she said that it's infuriating. So curious to see how she feels now. And that's the first game.
And that's the first game.
11-7.
First game to Ramamurthy and Smith.
Some good play there, though.
Yeah, very good play. Very good standard of pickleball. I don't think Dennis and Gail will be too disappointed with that.
No, it was a very good effort. And I think across the board, the dinking was very good. We mentioned unforced errors earlier.
Yeah, it was just a few points that really changed, that made that score the way it was.
Yep.
And I think Dennis will be really encouraged with the way he's poaching the ball, and I think at the moment he's got that on Taylor, I'd say at the moment, and I think that's what they'll find encouraging. Whereas I think Jen will be feeling pretty confident with her cross-court duels with Gail. So, potentially.
It even transpired to just face on dinking as well throughout that process there. So whether teams change their strategies, like that was only a 4-point game really, 7-11. I could understand it if Aiken and Pointing sort of back themselves. So we've got 0-0-2, Aitken to serve. We'll see what happens in game 2 of the open gold medal match.
Ooh. Ramamurthy getting shot there. Sharing, it looks worse than it is.
All these players are good friends. There'll be plenty of laughs about it after the game, I can tell you that.
Oh,
there's that net.
And maybe that has put Jen off.
Well, it was a cross return. It didn't go to Pointing. Obviously, they would be avoiding his forehand. But in saying that, Gal can belt it as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it's... And there we go.
Speaking that forehand. Oh, catching the line there. Taylor will be happy with that.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. I thought Gail covered that quite well there. Good lead, but quality shot in response. 0-2-1, Ramamurthy to serve.
Oh, good duel at the net there.
And you might have noticed that Smith or Taylor was moving across there to poach a bit more, but Aiken responded. Really pushing Ramamurthy out, causing the pop-up.
Oh, nice get by Oh!
He touched it.
Oh.
That's good honesty there. So
yeah, very good, because it had me fooled. I thought Gail had pulled off a miracle there.
To the viewers at home, if Pointing didn't strike that ball, the ball was still live, which means he just commenced play as usual, but...
down the middle.
It bounced off the net, but as he did strike the ball, he called it. So Pointing and Aiken would lose that point.
2-2-2.
2-2.
Some would call bingo.
Yep.
Nice backhand by Gale.
Oh, look at those
Oh,
angles.
beautiful. Overhead from Gale there.
Yeah, hit the backhand angle and then the forehead corner as well. And we're
Look at
seagulls on the court.
Pigeons even, and they don't want to fly. They really love it here.
Yeah.
And you can hardly blame them. The pickleball's fantastic. Even the pigeons want to get in on the action. Ooh, just long.
got a bit long. Talking about multi-talented official, is now resorted in keeping wildlife off the court. Here we are, back to the cross-dink rally between the ladies.
Nice. Ooh. Just choosing the wrong one there to come in on there.
You could tell he was trigger
slightly
finger
too
was
late.
itching there.
Yeah.
He wanted to react, but
Oh.
great hands. I do think it's kind of funny if we look at the compositions of both teams. Both the ladies are, love that dink sort of play style.
Yeah.
Whereas the gentlemen are quite tall
And aggressive.
and aggressive. Yeah, it's, they mirror each other quite well.
It's well, you couldn't match them better, really.
Gail was practicing that earlier today. During the warm-ups, she was deliberately waiting for a slow pop-up on the dink rally to get that volley.
And she makes it look easy. That's not easy to do. Because you've got to be hitting up on the ball to get that top spin. Nice pick up from Rama Murphy. Oh, not that time though. She's human after all. Ooh.
There's a quick couple of points here. We
Yeah, I
might see a
think-
time
did that catch the line? Because that seemed to skid up. That was great serve. Right, trying to insert himself into the game there.
That was really well struck by Rama Murthy. She noticed that Pointing's momentum was going to the inside of the court, so she's deliberately pushed it out, resulting in an uncomfortable position.
Back into the dinking pattern.
I love to see this.
Oh,
This is quality.
it literally has you on the edge of your seat because you know the boys are just ready to pounce.
Yeah. Any mistake, they're there for it. We just got a couple of players finishing up their game on the
And
court
if you're in that dinking pattern, you know you have to hit that spot. Otherwise, any loose dink is just going to be smashed.
Yep. And it's also keeping discipline to not change your shot. If both teams are constantly nailing their cross dinks, keep at it. I mean, we've only seen a couple changes of tactic where the ladies might strike the ball in front of them instead, but it's been very rare. Taylor goes for a switch play there.
Yeah. And
Gail responds.
And when Mike's not reffing, he's a coach, and one of his golden rules, as the golden rule of Daniel Moore as well, is never change your mind. Always stick with that original shot.
Well, it's funny you mention that because I talked to Gail about her coaching earlier today, and Jen's obviously coached half of Queensland, so I think there's a lot of just quality advice coming from this court.
Oh, was good, yeah. Was that in? Yeah.
I believe they've called it in.
Yeah.
The original call was out, but Pointing changed his mind.
5-2-2.
Oh, look at those resets by Gail.
And I think in this second game, Gail's winning that arm wrestle.
I agree.
And it is an arm wrestle.
Oh, it's so close, and that's what I was saying at the start.
It's pickleball, but it's an arm wrestle.
Well, I mean, they're hitting across the table, so it were. I mean, it is a kitchen, right? So, so we've had a timeout. Now,
Yeah.
we talked about this earlier today, that the benefit of a timeout, and Gail specifically said she calls timeouts when the opposition have momentum. And as we can see here, Roman Murphy and Smith have done exactly that.
Yeah.
Team's just having a drink. Obviously, the temperature's starting to rise.
Well, outside and on the court, just quietly. Because we've now in the second game, and Ponting and Aiken have got their noses in front here. So they'll be wanting to go on with this and take this second game and take it to a third. And then I think nerves may come into play.
Well, I mean, it is a gold medal match. And
Pan Pacific Masters Games gold medal, no less.
But you did mention earlier sort of form of players. Obviously, Gail and Jen have been in many finals themselves, so I don't think this is anything new to them. Oh, look at these hands.
Oh.
Now we have a reset, back to Dink Rally.
Oh, Jen. Nice.
Gail
great
punches.
rally, that one.
So that there was an interesting play. So Gail popped it up, but that was deliberate. So sometimes going for a dink rally, you want to do what's called a deep dink, and that's where you do it behind the kitchen line to cause the opposition to pop the ball up, and it resulted in a pop up.
Smart. Oh, beautiful placement again from Gail's placement is just on point at the moment.
It's not often that Jen loses a dink rally.
No,
Dink battle,
no.
so.
And maybe slightly rattled at the moment.
9-2-2.
Oh, good eye.
I will say that both teams are driving the ball well too. There's no, once again going back to unforced errors, we haven't really seen too many. And that usually, like if we're being honest, a lot of unforced errors come off of a drive. It's players that try and hit the ball too hard and just hit it straight into the net. 2-9-1, Roman Murphy to serve. That's a beautiful drive. Saw the opportunity.
Yeah, just saw that Dennis was just wrong-footed, and doesn't take much. That's all it takes. And
3-9-1.
Roman Murphy and Smith are just so good to take advantage of it. And there you go.
Yeah, momentum. It's definitely a thing in pickleball, and just like that.
Yep.
It'd be a mammoth comeback to come from 4-9 down to pull a win out.
Definitely.
But the experience from Smith and Roman Murphy could definitely pull it out. Solid
And
return.
scoreboard pressure is a funny thing. You know, when you have such a big lead, and then if the opposition has that opportunity to just inch it away, it can play on your mind.
Well, you treat it as a parachute, and we mentioned earlier that Gail likes to call timeouts during momentum-breaking periods of passage, and that's exactly what's happened here.
So we're all of a sudden at 5-9-1.
Yeah, 5-9-1.
So 3 quick points there to Roman Murphy and Smith, forcing that timeout. You would think from Gail and Dennis, seemingly on top, fully in control, but all of a sudden
it doesn't take much, and I think, as we said earlier, if you are watching and you have participated in a couple of tournaments, but you've never used the timeout, there are a crazy amount of people that don't use timeouts in tournaments.
I know. And well, oddly enough, I've only started using them in this tournament, and they work.
Yeah. I would highly encourage, for those viewing at home, use your timeouts, and this here is a great time to do it. Obviously, you get a bit of a breather, 5-9-1, but
nice serve, nice short serve.
But you also get to kill that momentum. And Gail's targeting both players here with his dink.
Yeah.
Dinks.
Now, do you think? Oh,
It's just gone long. It's not an easy shot of backhand ATP.
Smith trying to go for the ATP there.
So an ATP means around the post for those watching. You can legally hit the ball around the post, and if it lands in, it is a fair point. Now,
Correction. Replay the point. Not a fault.
okay.
Score is 5-9-2.
So
Replay the point.
we've had a replay here as an incorrect call by official Mike Newell.
5-9-2.
One thing I want to point out, Gordon, was in that last passage of play, as we've got a switch here from Gail and Dennis.
Nice hands from Dennis.
Oh, beautiful response. I want to point out how good Gail's dinking was. So she was striking the ball to both opposition and putting them in uncomfortable spots. That is so difficult to do. 6-9-2. And as a result, they won the point. Full credit. Side away.
Side out.
So we're back to a 3-point lead. So they've built that scoreboard pressure nicely. So they're not out of this game at all, Smith and Ramamurthy.
I think momentum's definitely swung in their favour. But in saying that, as Dennis goes for a drive.
They'll want to get some points here.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Oh, great pick up from... Oh, what a great point. Nicely worked from Ponting and Aiken there.
Smith had a really good reset there to prevent the drive from pointing, but as a result...
just pushing it into the net. Maybe just a bit too excited there, Dennis, on a game point.
10-6-2.
Second game point here.
Gale will steady the ship here.
Oh,
Say that. Commentator's curse.
commentator's curse, Dylan. They've left the door ajar now.
I have to say, my MVP of the game thus far is Aiken, though. Gale is playing so well. She's received, I would say, at least 75% of these balls.
Ooh. Commentator's curse again?
Yeah, that's
Dylan.
right. I'm going to compliment everyone.
Gale just pushing that one wide, unfortunately.
7-10.
Oh, nice defense there from Gale.
Great
Yeah,
ball.
she did so well to get that back and control.
It's lovely to see how encouraging Dennis is as well. After every play, goes over and... See, look, he'll go straight up. It's all right. We can get through this. And you love to know that your partner has your back, hey?
Oh, yeah. And it's because they have complete confidence in each other. Ooh.
This is a great rally.
Yeah. Nice position, nice court position from Smith as well. He's really hovering there, putting just his court pressure, presence, is putting that sort of pressure on the opposition all of a sudden, where it wasn't there before and now it is.
This is a 36-shot rally, Gordon. Good to see he's starting to build.
9-10-2.
9-10. We're getting to the dreaded double digits. You talk about nerves, that's when they kick in. Look at this defense by Ramamurthy. Beautiful shot.
That's it. Back into this pattern that's been so successful for Gale.
Smith has just mixed it up, going to pointing instead.
The rally. Beautiful dinking. Oh, I think it just caught the line. Did it?
Dennis is a bit frustrated with that, but in saying that, however, that's pickleball. That was
so what was the call? So it did catch the line, so it's 10-10.
So it was a 20-plus shot rally. Now, currently what happens, because it's 10-10 for the viewers at home...
Win by 2.
Have to win by 2, so that each team now has to reach at least 12 points, or climbing. There's these deep dinks we were talking about.
Now this is what was successful for Gale before, so she'll feel confident in this.
Watch for Dennis to pounce. There's plenty of opportunities.
Oh,
that there was a
that
great
was
example.
clever by Ramamurthy there, just pushing
Inside.
her deeper dinks further into the court,
So this
just
is
to take her out of play.
So this is match point for Ramamurthy and Smith.
Match, gold medal point. Oh, and that's it.
It's just going long.
What a match. What a comeback.
Yeah, That's a very good
That's a
win there by-
big comeback in the second game.
by,
To take the gold medal, what an incredible effort.
But no, good shots across the board, and I think the both teams will be, you know, you look at that, and that's a good close game.
Yeah, I'm going to see if... No?
So what we'll do later on, because Gordon's looking at me like he wants to do an after-game interview.
I was going to say, let's interview the winners because, wow.
Well, I'm hoping later on we can get Jen on for commentary as well. So when we do so, that's when I'll mug her with lots of questions. Now, that was a very good game.
Because Taylor's got a huge smile on his face after that, and why not? That was a great comeback. What a great match. It was just so even across the court.
Well, as we were talking, it would be a gigantic effort from 4-9 down to come back and pull the win out, and they've done just that. But I think full credit to their opposition. You know, those rallies towards the end of that last game were very, very solid. So I think, yeah, you know, that's just a good game to watch.
Yeah, completely. And what have we got next? So
I'm not exactly too sure. I think we might end up with the gold medal of or rather the medal matches of the games we were streaming earlier. But I might just find out. But while we're waiting, I might just give a shout out to our the reason why we're allowed to stream, and that is Gem Life. They've obviously provided all of this wonderful stuff for us to showcase, and thankfully the players have done their best to show us some good games. They got
completely.
So for those that have just tuned in, Gem Life are designed for active and vibrant over 50s. They offer a wide range of premium recreational and leisure facilities for its residents. For those interested, go to www.gemlife.com.au. Now, we're just sitting here currently. I'm not entirely sure what will be going on next. Let's see. I have a feeling it might be men's doubles. So, we'll find out in a sec. Okay, welcome back. So we are jumping straight into the gold medal match for the men's doubles open. Now, for the viewers that came down, yesterday, they would have witnessed the open gendered events. So we're very lucky to be able to watch the men's open gendered event. Now, Taylor Smith, who's just won gold in the mixed, is about to go straight into another game.
He's going to make a return for the men's doubles gold medal match. What's that? Oh, that's funny. So Taylor's right by the table here, and just making comment that we let him through to this final.
Yeah, he's just chugging down some water because it is. Going from one event to another is not easy. But so for this event, it'll be the exact same format as what we just watched. So this will be best of 3 win by 2. Be a game to 11. And who we have on this court currently, so on the left side, these gentlemen are not playing with each other, they're versing each other, but we have Bruce Winther, who joined our commentary earlier today, and Caden Hansel in the black Nike shirt. On the right side, we've obviously got Taylor Smith, who just played in the Open Mixed, and Ray Ware. Now, Gordon mentioned it earlier today in our coverage of the mixed final that Taylor and Caden actually won gold in the Australian Pickleball Championships earlier on this year.
And here they are in the gold medal match here at the Pan Pacific Masters Games.
I mean, form carries, right? And these guys obviously...
and these boys are next level.
Yeah, they're getting into some volleys to warm up. I will say, however, because the one person we haven't seen yet, because I've got a puppy's trying to pinch my lunch. One thing I will say...
It's all happening here at Currumbin.
I versed Ray last weekend at an event out of Beenleigh, and he was on fire.
Ray is in great form.
He is. Yeah, he's the gentleman with the very bright coloured bucket hat. As a Aboriginal man, I appreciate the design of his hat, but the form that Ray has got currently, I think he might surprise a few people this match, Gordon.
Well, Dylan, it's rare that Ray comes away from a tournament without a medal. He's that good. Same with Bruce. You know, don't let anything deceive you about these players. Yeah. It's going to be a great match.
So, official Mark Newell once again is just going through the debrief with the players. These guys have all played tournaments long enough, they know what the gist is, but I will say the calibre of, like, all of these guys have played in multiple gold medal matches. Like, they know what it takes to get it done. I think you would have to back Taylor and Caden as favourites here. In saying that, however, I don't think Bruce and Ray are any snubs. Like, they are.
Well, they're no pushovers.
They
are absolutely no pushovers. I think the key here is that Taylor, Smith and Hansel don't let Ray and Bruce play their game. Because the minute they can play their game, they'll, you know, before you know it, you'll be behind on the scoreboard.
I just want to point out, while the camera's just watching the gentleman chat, it's very rare that Bruce Winther's the shortest person on the court. He's normally one of the ones towering. That just gives you an idea of how tall all these other gentlemen are. But I will say the players are an important note to add. Ray and Bruce have both played today. Taylor has obviously played a lot today. Caden has just come fresh out of lunch, and I don't think he's played at all today. So obviously,
got fresh legs.
Yeah, but he could be cold as well. So warming up is obviously crucial. It'll be very interesting to see how the players respond. I think Taylor would probably, because he's obviously just finished a gold medal match. Yeah. His eyes are locked in.
And he finished that mixed doubles match so well. Like, he was starting to really hold that commanding position at the kitchen line. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see if he carries that into this match.
All right, here we go. So gold medal match. It looks like Smith to serve first. 0-0-2. Once again, we have a good little crowd that's built here.
Time in 0-0-2.
And here we go. Oh, not a great way to start the gold medal match. Into the net.
Saying that Taylor's the most warm.
Yeah, there goes that theory.
Yeah, disregard everything I say for the remnant of the broadcast. Okay, so we're straight into a dink rally here. Let's just go a bit
pushing
longer.
it wide there.
So it'll be interesting to see whether Ray, or Ware rather, I should use his last name. Be interesting to see whether he charges in both Bruce and Ray as we... Oh, look at those hands. Both gentlemen love that fast, fiery play style.
1-0-2.
But in saying that,
Ooh, long.
That's just gone long. In saying that, though,
Could be a nervous start from Ray, maybe. Just pushing that long. Doesn't do that very often.
Hansel and Smith definitely like the faster play as well, but seeing they're opting a bit more for the dink play style here.
And Ray loves the dink.
He does. Oh, good reset there by Winther. There we go, a bit of impatience there coming from Hansel.
And Ray and Bruce will find that encouraging.
Yeah. There we go.
Good call by Ray there.
So a good forehand roll. So Bruce Winther, being a former principal, just gave official Mike Newell his best principal look. He, that's a great shot there by
catching
Smith.
the line. Just saw that Winther was just that little bit out of place.
Yeah. And that's the importance of those third shot drops. If you
it's a second serve we've had into the net.
if you do hit your thirds a little bit too high, expect it to come back very fast or at a tight angle. And we got Ray and Bruce just practicing their high fives there. Need to work on it, fellas.
Yeah.
There's another shot into the net. Seeing a bit of a reoccurring theme here, Gordon.
Definitely a few nerves out there, I think.
Good fault. So for the viewers at home, if you step in the kitchen while attempting a volley or hitting the ball on the full.
And it was a good call from our referee, Mike Newell.
That is a foot fault.
Point.
And Ray doesn't miss many of those shots either.
3-1-1.
Into a dinking. Oh, beautiful lob. Oh.
Through the leg shot there by Taylor.
Oh, and good eye. Great rally. That was a
4-1-1.
great rally. Some great shots.
Point.
I'm curious to see whether Ware and
5-1-1.
Winther call the timeout coming up soon.
Just long.
Second server.
Raced out to a 5-1-1 lead.
Yeah. We talked about killing momentum earlier today. In saying that, though, they did just
5-1-2.
cause a change of server.
Yeah, this is the type of game that Winther and Ware will love.
Oh, Smith seems to be handling it quite comfortably currently.
Oh.
Bruce.
I love it when Bruce gets fired up. I love his Bruce yells.
You always know where he is at a tournament.
Yep.
He's not as loud as Vin. But,
Not that he's on an outer court very often, but if he is and he wins a point like that, you can hear him.
That's a great pick up. Nice backhand roll here by Taylor. And Ray charges him.
He's leaving himself a bit too far.
This is what I was saying earlier, though. That's how Ray likes to play. He likes that charging in play style. To try and, he always calls it shake and bakes as a result of it. It's a beautiful
Nice shot.
Yeah, nice.
Go again, yep. Oh.
Ooh, nice flat shots there by Caden.
Caden was ready for that.
Very high level tennis player, Caden. Gold medal matches would be quite common for him.
Caden's another tennis convert, isn't he?
Yeah. Just another one to the long list.
Along with my doubles partner, my mixed doubles partner, Remy Morak.
Oh yeah. Played earlier today.
I love playing with Remy.
Oh, what a shot by Bruce. Awesome top spin. We were talking about that with Gail earlier today in the broadcast regarding what a top spin shot is for those viewing that might not have seen it. That is one. Resulting in catching Taylor off guard.
That's it. Yeah. Ray will be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, just going for a front backhand to forehand.
Oh, beautiful deep serve there. And it had a bit of pop on that. I think he must have put a bit of topspin on that.
Let's just see how he does it now. Does a very low
It
serve.
drops it in short there. He's mixing it up well, Ray.
Unfortunately, the firepower from Hansel and Smith is too much to
Too much in that case.
contain.
3-6-2.
3-6-2.
3-6-2.
Sorry, 2-6-2.
Oh, 2-6-2.
2-6-2. That's really good sportsmanship there by Winther, just making the correct score known. Oh,
Nice
get.
get. Oh,
And the defence pays off.
nice defence.
And we've all been there. That shot that Caden's just hit in the net when you got a nice floaty. Gordon's got himself a cramp once again. Mate, what is the go with you and commentate?
It's the commentator's curse.
Smith to serve, 6-3. Oh, great transition.
Beautiful.
Unfortunately by Ray.
And we're so lucky, Dylan, being right here, right beside the kitchen for this commentary, right courtside, because we get a bird's eye view. Oh,
Perfect return.
right in the back corner,
Yep.
right on the line. Bruce has got the ball on a string at the moment.
There's very little you can do against a shot like that. Just try to shake your opponent's hand and move on.
Yeah, you just got to accept that it was a stellar shot. Oh, so's that. Nice put away from Caden.
Yeah, not many balls that are... Like, he puts those high balls away with authority.
I suppose you can when you're 6 foot 100.
Yeah, I know, right.
It's crazy.
Side out.
I wouldn't know what that feels like, Gordon.
Oh, nor do I, Dylan, so don't worry. We're good at other things.
Yeah, shout out to us short people watching. Caught Bruce at no man's land there.
Three,
3-8-2. The first game of the best of 3. This is the gold medal
Oh,
match.
good dig there by Ray. It's
Just wide.
Side out.
Smith to serve.
8-3-1.
8-3-1. Just long.
And that particular shot there was very common earlier on today, Gordon.
9-3-1.
Just a lot of returning balls that have gone a little bit too long.
So, and that wind is gusting.
Yep.
Second server.
I can feel it. I can feel it under the table.
Oh, it's not that puppy stealing my lunch again. Momentum is definitely swinging in the favour of Smith and Hansel at the moment.
Yeah,
10-3-2.
ooh,
Point.
And that is the
that's
first
the
game.
first game.
3.
Ended up winning that game comfortably there. It was a bit of an arm wrestle at the start, but the boys seemed to pull away
Yeah, just
at
found
the
their
end.
form, found the shots they wanted to play. Will be interesting. And there were actually, if we can compare it to the last game we watched, there were a few more unforced errors in that game. In this game, I mean, compared to the last one. So, be curious to see how Winther and Ware respond.
Well, I think one of the encouraging things they'll take out of that first game is definitely the dinking.
Yep.
I think if they can get Hansel and Smith into some more dinking duels, they've got a better chance of winning some points here.
I agree. I think slowing it down is definitely the key to victory here. I don't know if that necessarily meshes well with Winther and Ware's play style. I know Ray likes to dink it, so.
Ooh.
Side out.
Side away, Smith to serve.
0-0-1.
Oh,
Beautiful shot.
Noticed that Bruce was out of position there and then just went in for the kill.
Yeah, caught him dancing, unfortunately. He was up on his tippy toes.
1-0-1.
Caden doesn't miss those.
No. Oh,
Point.
Bruce would be wicked with himself missing that one.
Yeah. That was a very nice shot from Hansel, though, that third shot drop.
Oh.
A bit lasered out. A bit,
lackadaisical?
Yeah, that word. Thank you, Gordon. With the serve there.
Ooh, nice drive. Oh.
That's a confident strike. Okay.
Ooh, that was nice, honest.
So.
Nice honesty by the boys
Well,
there.
technically, because both gentlemen on the right didn't see where the ball went, it should be called in.
0-2-1.
But you got to give it to Caden. He's
sportsman through and through.
And that has been very common with this event thus far. It's a great shot.
Oh.
Very common. A lot of players have, no, that's your point. You've made the right play, and you love to see it, especially at a tournament.
And and there are genuinely some points that are so close to the line, or some ball calls that are so close to the line. You're so busy playing the shot, you don't know whether it's in or out.
Exactly right.
2-0-1.
2-0-1. Smith the serve.
And that's one of the beauties of pickleball, isn't it? We call our own in and outs.
Yep. Yeah, we are lucky to have an official here with Mike Neal, but a lot of the time that's not necessarily the case. The games we were showing footage of earlier didn't have an official, and the players still got along just fine.
Yep.
Here we have a bit of a front-on dink rally action. Targeting Caden.
Second server.
That's it. That's the game they need to play, I think.
3-0-2.
The problem is getting to the net.
I know, it's easier said than done from here.
And that return ball has just gone a little bit too long there.
Oh, beautiful. Oh.
Unfortunately there by Ray. We were talking about illegal serves earlier, Gordon.
Were you watching me?
No. Caden is incredibly close to doing
borderline.
Yeah. I'm obviously not going to overrule Mike's officiating. Well, it's just gone a bit too long, but or officialing rather, making up words.
Did you say officialating?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sounds very exotic.
Yeah.
I think it's a cross between titillating and officiating, because the whole game has been absorbing.
And for those that do want to get into officiating, Pickleball Australia would love to have you on board. I'm sure Margot would be willing to do more classes.
Well, there's always that need.
Yeah.
As more and more tournaments come onto the schedule, those resources that you need to run them become more and more needed.
They're just vital, and I think even people, if you are watching from home and you wouldn't mind helping out in a tournament, just little things like assisting with the scoring. Obviously, the team here at the Masters have done a wonderful job. So we have a,
great angle.
Yeah, can't return that one. So got to give credit to all the people that have.
Well, right down to the local club here, Gold Coast Pickleball Association. They've put on the Barbie. They've got the courts ready.
Yep.
It's all it's a community.
A bit of a lob there by Ray. That has gone long.
Oh, what a great rally!
And I don't mind that.
That's a feather in their cap, because not often you can lob these boys.
They are very tall. But in saying that, I don't mind it because it's an unpredictable shot. Obviously what they're doing right now isn't working, so let's mix things up. They're targeting Hansel with the dinks currently.
It's good.
It's just
nice.
22 shot rally. That was very nice there. I think you mentioned it earlier. That's the key to victory for Ware and Winther. It's 1-6-1. Where to serve?
Ooh, that's it. Ooh, it's dangerous. Playing with fire. Oh, just wide. Great defense there from Ray. He's just an albatross. with
Yeah,
those
that's a
arms.
good way of putting it. He's got crazy
And
wingspan.
he's just pushed it wide. Oh,
Yeah, nearly Nelson Taylor there with the...
maybe that's what he was going for, Dylan.
Yeah, well... hopefully not. We've been preaching all this good sportsmanship. And
Yeah, well, it's all within the rules. Oh, nice pick up. Oh,
through the legs.
that was a great pick up from Bruce, but just couldn't get enough.
Well, it would be quite intimidating looking up and seeing Taylor and Caden on the other side.
Oh,
Yeah, your shots have to be just about
I
perfect.
think the wind gust got that ball. Just enough to make Bruce's shot ineffective.
7-2-1, Smith to serve.
Beautifully down the middle. I think that hit the middle line and
Kicked off, yeah. And I actually think that's a response from Taylor's serve. Because he added a fair bit of spin. And the responding return was...
it's a double-edged sword using speed.
yeah, yeah.
Point.
Eight two.
Correct server, correct side. 8-2-2.
Oh, nice by Ray. Oh, nice touch by Ware there.
Yeah, if you can get a absolute giant like Caden reaching for the ball, you've done well.
Oh.
Gets the recovery. Well done, Taylor.
Server.
That was well played by Ray, though. He caught him out. Credit to Smith for clawing it back.
Point.
Just missing the forehand there.
I will say, Ware and Winther seem to be playing a little bit. They're a little bit more gutsy with their shots. That's a great recovery. They're willing to take those more risky shots. And I think it's because they've realised that if they don't, as I say, that is where it's about. If they don't, then the game's probably lost. So, you know, you like to see it.
Well, you have to bring your A game against
3-1.
Smith and Hansel. There's no other way.
Second server.
You've got to go for everything when you're up against something like this.
Point.
There's a nice deep serve there.
2 points away from a Pan Pacific Masters Games gold medal.
That's a great shot. And Taylor managed to get it in.
What a great rally.
Yeah, that was well done by the guys.
Great
And also
get
effort
by
there by
Smith.
Taylor. He's managed to
Yeah.
pull it in.
Just to get that back, because the angle Winther got on that shot was just unbelievable. Oh,
What a
nice.
shot.
Winther throwing everything into this. Oh,
Second server.
some incredible shots from Winther's paddle in that rally.
3-9-2.
Just couldn't finish it off though.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're versing an absolute brick wall on the other team. They just get everything back and it comes back very fast.
Yeah.
Side out.
And we call Ray out of no man's land there.
9-3-1.
So 2 points away from the gold medal. Oh,
So that there is an attempt at ATP, as we mentioned earlier in the
Caden
broadcast.
so close to an ATP. Sneaky ATP, no
Yeah,
less.
around the post, but that's actually the preferred way of doing it, hitting it nice and low so the opposition can't return it.
Oh, I thought you were going to say by doing it sneakily.
No, it was rather the height I'm referring to.
And that-
10-3-2.
and it's a gold medal point.
Yep. You know one thing, Gordon, we haven't seen an Ernie.
Side out.
Which I'm surprised
I've
about,
not seen an Ernie today, and
especially with some of that frontal dinking.
there's a great opportunity in that play just then.
Oh,
Second server. 3-10-2.
right in the block hole.
Yeah, right on the toes. Very little you can do with that.
Another gold medal point. This is number 4. Ooh, it's going to take 5 at least. Oh, and that's it.
There's the game.
There's our gold medalist.
Smith claims his second goal for the day.
Yeah, it's been a handy day for Taylor. Picking up his second gold medal here in the men's doubles open.
Yeah, not bad for Hansel either. Just comes in after lunch, wins a gold.
Yeah.
Silver will go to Ray Ware and Bruce Winther. Well, thank you so much for sitting in with me, Gordon. I imagine you got games soon, or?
I do. I've got over 35s. Oh, sorry, over 45s.
Yep.
In a few. It's being
There
called
it is.
right now.
Or it might leave you be.
So thank you, Dylan. That was awesome.
No, thank you for, as always, you're a fan favourite, Gordon, and always welcome back. So
Thanks much.
cheers.
Thanks much.
And good luck with the games, yeah?
Cheers.
So Ray and Gisela are in your group as well. So prioritize. So have a warm up. I can do it right now. Well, she's going on to play, right? But she'll be sitting on and off. I was going to make me wait till after this one and then do it, yeah. And we'll wait for her though. We won't do it while she's tweens. No worries. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah, sorry about that. Katie's look, I mean, yeah, I heard that in the back of my head. I was like trying to do this and I'm messing up the scores. I'm listening and I'm like, go do a full net. Like, I don't mind if you did it and you feel comfortable doing it. You've done a couple practice, but I can't just have you go to a full net. Yeah, but the problem is, yes, thank you. The problem is once you stand there as the ref, they're going to start asking you questions. And you have to be responsible to, like, know the rules and know the scoring and know, yeah. That's why I wanted you guys to do one together and, like, get the whole idea with it, yeah. All right, Katie, where are you at with, she's a trend. 35 mixed. Okay, they haven't started yet. Yeah. Yep. They're in quarters right now. That's all quarters. Cool. So we're moving. Pretty good schedule. Moving along. We're just basically at the 30. Yeah, exactly. Just throw it inside if you would, please. Thanks, Jacob. We'll chat with you later. We'll try and get on court Saturday. Yes, the names of the women. Yeah. So Jen Ramamurthy is teamed up with Naomi Amakawa, and then we've got Annalise Bolton, yeah, and Gisela Latilla, Latilla, yeah, Latilla. Cheers, buddy. Guys ready for them to go pretty soon? Yeah. I'll just tell them 1 minute warning or something. One more minute, ladies, for practice. Is that all good?
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dylan Kimlin, once again live from Pan Pacific Masters in Currumbin. You are currently witnessing. We're currently witnessing the ladies warm up for the gold medal match of the Women's Opens. So I believe this game will be officiated by Mike Neal once more. And I'm very privileged to have Taylor Smith once more coming down and sitting down and having a chat with me.
Dylan, good to be back again. Looking forward to it.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a great match.
in the short period that you were away, you won 2 gold medals, so it's a pretty good effort, mate.
It felt good.
Yeah, had a good whack, and the players we've got on this game currently, so we have seen a couple of them already throughout the day, but we've got Annalise Bolton on the left side there with the bright blue coloured clothes. And she's playing with a lady, I believe it's last name's Latila. I don't believe I've met her before.
Something like that. Yeah, I've never met her before, so it'd be good to see how she plays.
Well, I'm actually looking forward to it because we know everyone in the community. First name is Gisela, thank you. It's nice to meet people, nice to see different play styles.
It is.
That's the beauty of it, and I think so it'd be nice to see that. And we've also got Jen is playing with Naomi, So it's once again Ramamurthy. We saw. Oh, you played with Jen earlier. Didn't
Yeah,
you?
it was awesome.
I
It's
forgot
always
about
fun playing with Jen. We hadn't
Yeah.
played for 2 years, and we said this year that we'd have to play a tournament.
Yeah, why not?
And my
So-
last tournament this year, we got to play, so it was pretty good.
Oh,
And
you-
take gold.
Yeah, you two played so well together too. So it'd be nice to get your insight actually, because you are a partner with Ramamurthy, and so she's playing with Naomi Amakawa, and it'd be interesting to see what sort of play styles the ladies had. Because let's talk about your game. I noticed there were some brilliant dinking rallies between Jen and Gail in your mixed game. That I'd be curious to see whether that repeats here.
Yeah, correct. No, I think it'll be completely different here, I think.
Okay.
Me trying to dominate and take those, because the dink was so good cross-court to cross-court just to get that one mix-up
Yeah, yeah.
over there to Dennis. So I think we'll see a lot of the same here, I think.
Yeah. No, I'd be curious to see what happens in the end. And I think as we can just see, the ladies are just having a chat with official Mike Newell. That gentleman has done everything today.
Yeah, he's done such a good job too.
Yeah, it's been a great tournament. I think everyone's had a good time. So we're just going over the rules. As we've seen previously with the games, with 3 games to 11, win by 2. We're using an X40 or a Franklin X40 as the ball. Mike stated earlier that what he's been calling is the score, as well as kitchen faults or foot faults as we know them, and serving incorrectly or serving faults. So just letting the ladies know that that's the case. It's always good to have a debrief with an official before your game, hey Taylor?
For sure.
You just know what's par for the course and what to be expected.
Yeah, clear guidelines, which always help.
Yeah. I don't think many people would argue with Mike's ruling of a particular play either. He's pretty well respected around the neighbourhood.
For sure, Mike's very good too. Loud calls, clear calls.
Exactly, that does help.
And a positive ref is always good.
Yep. I love to see it. So we do have a couple other games going on around us at the moment. I believe there was a particular pool that has just opened up. So the ladies are just getting a photo done, and then they'll get straight into it. So I'll be curious to see who's serving first. Jen has requested a new ball, which is definitely a fair request. We were talking earlier today about how the balls have they degrade over time because so many people are using them. So I can totally understand why Jen's requested a new one. So I noticed in your game, Taylor, that you played in the open mix, as a way for Mike to just make an announcement.
To the right, we have Jen Ramamurthy and Naomi Amakawa.
But I did notice in your game, Taylor, that you did a fair bit of switching.
Yep.
Do you want to explain to the viewers why? What's the purpose of the switch?
Just trying to be more dominant on that backhand side, get my forehand probably in the middle, and hopefully just Jen can do a bit of a quarter cover.
Yeah, yeah.
And I can probably do that 3/4, just trying to get that male dominance happening, which was good. So,
do you think we'll see any switching for this game? We both know that Annalise has a lethal forehand.
Lethal forehand. So it'll be interesting to see how Gisela goes. You'd think that Annalise would try to stay on the forehand side, being so dominant. But we'll see how it plays.
I mean, she's a lefty though, so it does change things up. Unfortunately, that's just gone a little bit long there.
3-0-2.
3-0-2, very fast. A couple of points here from the ladies on the right, and as a result, you can see Ramamurthy's getting her serves in immediately. Wants to capitalise as quickly as they can on these points.
That's nice by Jen. I think she's played herself into a little bit of form now, having a game of
That
4
was a
too, which is good.
masterclass, yeah. Just moving the opposition around, getting that opening and the pop-up, putting it away. There's that forehand.
There it is.
Yeah, I think we've both been on the receiving end of such a shot, and it's not an easy one to get back. Annalise plays it very well.
Especially when you see such a big wind-up
Yeah,
from Annalise.
You know it's
you're in
coming.
trouble.
Put the mouth guard on, you're
Yeah.
going to cop it. Jen's just gone over to have a chat to the other players on the other court, just seeing how they're doing.
Classic Jen.
0-4-2.
Oh.
Oh, it's a great dig there. Well played. I can already start to see that Naomi and Jen are targeting backhands. You can see they're hitting a little bit more down the line.
Yep.
Curious to see whether that continues.
Great tactical play.
There's that cross ding for Ali. We mentioned it earlier. The ladies are obviously going for the same thing again.
Yep.
4-1-1.
4-1-1, Rama Murthy to serve.
Ooh.
Second server.
And it's sometimes so hard to get involved too, Dylan, when the cross court is so good. As a male trying to be dominant, it's just so hard to get involved unless you want to just completely expose yourself.
Well, it's what we were talking about. We actually did commentary on exactly that topic, that both the ladies in your game with Gail and Jen were they were on fire.
Yeah.
So it's like both teams are just going to back themselves. There's going to be no change in strategy because, you know, your teammate is doing so well. And it's understandable. It's just, you know, at the end of the day, both ladies were on fire. It's just, you just let them play, and everyone else can enjoy it.
Correct.
Yeah, it's a great spectacle to see. 1-5-1. Oh, nice recovery.
Yeah, nice recovery.
And Jen here is deliberately moving her out.
Oh,
She
Jen.
strikes the ball in the net, unfortunately. So there, we've talked about a ball on court roll previously, because that ball entered the court well after the play was made. Official knew was that it is not relevant.
Yeah, that was a good call by Mike.
It is correct, yeah. 2-5-1. It's Jezebel to serve. Again, a quick couple little points here.
Yes, that's been quick. Little run happening again.
And we were talking about momentum. It seems to be an ongoing thing throughout this tournament. The players, they don't just get 1 point. So they'll get, whoa, that's gone into the crowd. That's at my feet.
But as you saw in our mix, I think we got down to a 9-2 loss in the second set, and then we came back 11-9. So how that happens is crazy.
No, we were it was definitely mentioned, the effort that you guys put in. That's a great shot by Annalise. But the
use of the timeout was crucial.
It was.
And came at a good time, which was good.
Yep.
5-5-1.
5-5. We're talking about it. There's big spurts of points. It's not just one or two. Oh, Annalise taking
great
control.
movement.
Annalise played internationally this year, didn't she?
6-5-1.
Couldn't tell you, I'm not sure.
I believe she did. I think she would.
Definitely good enough.
Yeah. So we got some.
And she's been getting lessons with Mike Hill every Wednesday too, which has been good. And definitely been improving with his guidance.
Wow. Jeez, you might want to check if that ball's square. The amount of smashes that thing just copped. Great attack. And great sustained attack. It's hard to keep that constant pressure up on the opposition.
5-2.
A lot of times you hit it into the net or hit it out. So well done.
Oh, Jen in front.
Point.
There's just some partner love there.
7-5-2.
7-5-2.
Oh, unlucky.
Side out. Five, 7-1. Point.
Couple of easy misses there.
Yeah, a couple unforced errors occurring this match. One thing we did say during the commentary of your match was there was very little unforced errors.
Yeah.
All the points were won by good strokes of the ball, and you love to see it. That's when it's a really good spectator sport. Look at this pressure. Well done, Jezebel, keeping that constant forehand striking.
Well, such a waste if you miss that return or miss that fault.
Yeah, there's been quite a few serving faults, like just serves that have gone long.
Yep.
Today. That's a pop-up.
Yeah,
Jen
nice
finishes.
power. Not the biggest hit of the ball, but can place it perfectly.
Yeah, exactly right.
7-7-2.
Your toes are usually aching after versing Jen because
Yeah.
you've had a couple.
The placement
Crunched.
is very good.
Yep. Just making a placement. They've worked themselves into a nice advance here. The net
Oh,
was unfortunate there.
Side out.
Let's talk about transition to the net. So we just saw a good example of it there with Naomi and Jen. When you were in your gold medal match, did you have a particular strategy involved, like regarding driving or dinking, or was it just whatever felt right at the time?
pretty much whatever felt right at the time. Depends what Dennis was doing too.
Yeah.
If he was coming over or not. He was trying to get pretty proactive. But it was just kind of like how we felt, what we were looking at, where we were in the points too, you know.
Yeah, it's good to know because that's a great
Oh,
drive.
that was a great shot.
Just skim the net straight in. Beautiful.
Such a good shot when Jen's just rushing to the net
Yeah.
there too.
Oh, Annalise.
Beautiful forehand.
Lethal.
Nine, 7-2.
9-7-2. Bolton to serve. And there's a switch play. We'll see if they can recover.
Oh,
Oh, middle is the riddle. Great coverage there by Annalise and Jezebel to get themselves out of that.
amazing how the game can swap so quick too.
Yeah,
we were
well-
bloody 4-0 before, now we're about 10-7.
That's what I was saying. They lump of points very quickly. There's that placement that you were talking about, resulting in a point.
Perfect.
7-10-1.
Jen can do this for hours.
Oh. She created dinking.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, there's the forehand again.
And there's the one stroke Annalise gets, and she doesn't muck around.
7-10-2.
7-10-2, Rambo Murphy to serve. Now you got to give credit to Jezebel here. She's going toe to toe with
She's doing very good.
one of the most consistent dinkers in Australian pickleball. We keep seeing this dink rally. This is well over a 20-shot rally. Oh, that was a foot fault anyway, despite the result.
Points. 8-10-2.
The momentum's climbing.
Isn't it?
Can definitely see that.
Oh, break it, Naomi.
Very nice recovery there. And Gisela just goes back to the well. She's been doing so well with it all day. I shouldn't have said anything, Taylor.
That's well done. That's good dinking by Naomi.
Yeah.
Definitely leaving Annalise out here to be dry.
Freezing her out. Yeah, we talked about this earlier today where you freeze your opposition out so
Yeah.
they don't get the ball, and that's certainly what's happening here.
Just making Annalise look hard for that ball at the moment.
In saying that, though, it can, as we saw there, it can cause opportunities for the opposition anyway.
Yep.
If you're actively trying to not hit the ball somewhere, you've only got half the court to hit it to.
Finish it.
Oh, well done, Gisela.
Oh, yeah, well done.
Second server.
Good hitting.
Yeah, great defensive effort there, and unfortunately they didn't get to pull it off.
10-9-2.
10-9-2, this is... So we've just had a
10-9-2.
request to check that Gisela's on the right side of the court. That is totally fine. We're allowed to ask.
Oh, no, Jen.
That's first match down.
11-9.
Like, that's such an easy smash, too.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rumba Murphy hit it a bit too far out. That was a nice close match, though.
That was good.
11-9 in the end.
A lot of momentum switches, too,
Yes,
throughout the game.
Exactly right. Very fair point. I still can't get over Mike walking around in thongs and boardies. He did the same thing in the Australian Championships.
He's just a Gold Coaster now.
Yeah,
He's got an American heart, but he's a Gold Coaster.
people ask what Australian pickleball's all about.
Yeah.
This is a fair... He was shooing plovers off earlier. That might have been in your game,
Yeah, I think
actually.
that was in my game. Two little birds running around on the court.
Yeah, it was pigeons, sorry, not plovers. If it was plovers, we would know all about it. But, all right, we're on our way to game 2. And it looks like Bolton has got the ball, so they will be serving first. Feels like the wind has died down.
Not much movement on the net at the moment, so it
Yeah.
looks like it's pretty still out there now.
It was blowing a gale earlier, but I think if anything, this should play into the hands of the more slower paced players, because I find that the drives were a lot more effective while the wind was everywhere.
Adam and Lisa and Gisela in our match, that's a hard end down that end when it's blowing a gale.
Yeah,
You got to like dink kind of on that kitchen line depth, and you know, it'd only be just dropping near the net. So quite hard when that wind's blowing down the end.
well, recovery, reset again. Yeah, unfortunate. Great pressure there by Bolton. We'll see if they switch here due to the side that Bolton's on. No, it doesn't look good.
Oh, good lob.
Yeah, I don't mind that though, mixing it up a bit. Oh, that's a bit of a net drop there.
Good old net cord. No, lob's super affected down this end because you've got to really be positive. Push it further than the baseline to bring it back in.
Yeah, that's a really good inside. Obviously, I haven't played at all this event, so I don't know what that sort of how the wind plays into effect. Unfortunately, it's gone a bit long there, but quick couple of points here for the ladies on the right. 3-0-2, Bolton to serve. Rama Murphy's unhappy. That was going out.
It's going well along, I think.
4-0-2.
Jen's only just missed those balls by about a couple of mils
Yeah,
each ball.
and we've had a timeout here by the team on the left.
Wow. What a great first service for the game.
Yeah, exactly right.
Incredible.
And I think a lot of people don't really know that about pickleball. It's like if you're playing pool, for instance, you can win the game off the break. This is the exact same here. You can win the game off that first serve if you're good enough.
You can.
Have you ever seen it happen?
No.
I haven't.
Have you?
No, I haven't.
haven't.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I think it's pretty hard, eh?
Yeah. Essentially win 11 points straight. It's not an easy task. But I'd be curious to know what game this is across from us currently. We'll see Seeing a lot of big smashes. He's just had a guest pop on to have a chat with her, Dr. Martin. That's a good point, actually. Both teams only get 2 timeouts per game. So, as Mike has just said, the team on the left only has 1 more left.
Oh, Naomi.
That's unfortunate. I thought Annalise looked a little bit timid there on that backhand.
Backhand, yeah.
I wonder if the team on the left take notes of that.
Quite amazing that it actually has worked so well. Annalise being on that side at the moment.
Yeah, you are right. That was a great strike there.
That was great by
Very
Naomi. Good smash.
Good smash.
Hit Annalise's feet, I think.
Yep.
Good shot.
Yeah. 0-8. They are bread and butter for Bolton. Those nice high ones that she can drive with her forehand. Oh, nice shot. For the viewers at home, you might be noticing that Naomi is catching a lot of balls in front of her on the full.
Yeah, it's very good.
And as a result, it's harder to react.
Oh, great reach in.
You don't have the time of the bounce to throw you off. Or rather, to prepare for the bounce. I say that as unfortunately the team on the left have both gone for the ball at the same time. We've all been there.
We've all been there. Especially with new partners.
Yeah, exactly right. Have these ladies...
First time together.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. Naomi's from Sydney, I believe, so was looking for a partner and she asked Jen.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Which is awesome.
It's so awesome to see the interstate representation here at the Pan Packs. We've seen a lot of players from various parts of the country.
Even met a lady from North Carolina.
Yeah, right.
Before, which is pretty cool.
That's
She's over
really
here
cool.
on holiday. Actually planned her holiday around Pan Packs.
That's so cool.
8-0-2.
I mean, he picked a great time to come to the country. It's absolutely beautiful right now.
Yeah, she did.
I say that as we can see some big fluffy clouds looming in the distance. I hope they stay over there. 0-8-1. Rama Murphy to serve.
Oh, great reach in.
There's that reaching in, catching it on the forward that we were talking about. Annalise doing that very well.
Wow, Annalise, great ball striking.
Yeah, two-handed backhand, straight at the toes.
And Annalise on her toes too, if you're looking. Two steps followed by a split step.
Yep.
So always looking to pounce.
Yeah, we were talking about this with Gail earlier today. She was mentioning it from a coaching perspective regarding the split step.
Yep.
Oh, look at this pressure.
Oh, the line.
Unfortunate.
That line is so skiddy.
Oh, is that what you found today,
Yeah,
actually,
for
through the
sure.
games? So is that the kitchen line you're talking about?
Any line.
Yeah, okay.
Just hits and skids so quick off the line. Just incredible.
Yeah,
You think that you're actually in front of the ball, but it's already behind you.
That's good insight as that rolls in.
Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about differences of indoor and outdoor pickleball earlier today, but because we got a couple of guys that have just finished their game across, the skiddiness does occur definitely for outdoor courts, especially on the lines.
Yep. Giselle's really lifted this second set.
She's playing so well.
From the start of that first set to now, she's a complete different player.
10-0-1. This is match point.
Oh.
Oh, there's an attempted Ernie. Yeah,
Oi.
good. I was saying that to Gordon earlier. We haven't seen one yet. was a great rally.
I completely forget that Ernie's a shot, hey, in this pickleball.
Yeah, no, that was. I like to see it happen more.
Yeah.
I think because it's a set play, like you mentioned earlier regarding coaching with Mike. Don't ever sort of just follow through. Oh, it might have been Gordon that mentioned it, actually. Just follow through with what you intend to do.
Yep.
And an Ernie, you tell yourself, I'm doing an Ernie. And then you go for it. It's
100% of nothing going for an Ernie.
Yeah. So I love to see it because it shows the players confident in their ability.
For sure.
But if she's getting a lot of front on, here we go. We might see it happen again.
Yes, nice try.
She's going for it again. However, Annalise has been on the receiving end of them a couple of times, I imagine, and knows how to react. Well, that's a lot there by Ramamurthy.
Great mix-up by Jen.
That is picture perfect.
We haven't seen one yet, have we, really?
Lobs, not for this game, no, we haven't. I think the ball ended up on the shade sail above us currently, Taylor. So
there we are. We're back on court.
Might need to get some of those pigeons that Mike shoot later to get that ball down. 1-10-1.
Great return.
Oh, what a pick-up. Look at that transition. That is beautiful.
That's good to watch. Oh. Here we go. A little comeback happening.
Yeah,
Be good to watch,
and
see a comeback.
And it's confident plays too. The ladies on the left are absolutely beautiful transition to the net, considering the pressure that Annalise and, speaking of Annalise, very little you can do when you got someone with a strong forehand belting it at you. It's
You know if it's not good enough, it's just going to be the same outcome too.
Exactly right.
Another big forehand coming back at you.
Yeah, back to the... And now those net rolls, we've seen quite a lot of them this event thus far.
Love a good net roll when it works for you.
Yeah, only time you like them.
Yeah, correct.
Some reset.
Oh,
wow.
Great shot by Jen. Incredible angle.
Yeah, I was thinking for sure she was going to reset that.
From
and
where
just
she was on the court.
Pushed it in. Beautiful shot of the ball. Now the players on the left are just currently asking the official on who is serving. Once again, as I said earlier today, you're allowed to do that. It'll be up to Mike Neal's discretion. For players that switch a lot and also players that stack, this is quite often a case where you ask the official if I'm in the right place. So as we can see here, Mike is just having a chat with all players involved. Because during our footage earlier today, you can get pinged for it. If you serve from the wrong spot, it is a fault. So Mike is just double checking that all parties are all good. 4-10-2, Naomi to serve. And there's that on the full strike that we were talking about. Bang.
Yeah, well done. A couple of yeses by Gisela there. She's pumped.
She wants this over and done with. I think
for this match point to be over.
In saying that, they've been on match point for a very long time.
Haven't they?
So.
It's amazing how you can get the 10, but that 11 points is just the hardest thing you've ever had
Oh,
to
it
work
happened
for.
in your game.
Yeah.
You know, there we go.
There it is.
And gold medal will go to team on the right with Annalise and Gisela. Well done to the ladies.
It was good to watch.
Silver will go to Jen and Naomi. Taylor, thank you so much for jumping in and
That was
having a
fun.
chat with us.
That was a pleasure, mate. I look forward to having this next time.
You've done a heap of commentary and you've also done a heap of playing, so I might leave you be.
Look forward to seeing you tomorrow night, mate. We'll be doing singles.
Thank you, yeah, I'll be here. But to the viewers at home, we're going to go to a quick break, so I'll leave you to it. Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Who's to say who's young, who's old? Compared to who? Age is complicated. You see, most people really stop getting older at age 26, but their bodies just don't get the memo. So, hidden inside most over 50-ish-year-olds is the soul and spirit of a 26-year-old, with the same loves and desires and hopes and dreams, just in slightly different packaging. Why waste time wondering when you could be enjoying? It's your life, and life is what you make it. So, what are you waiting for?
So, what do you think of our new backyard? Yeah, I think so too. Come on.
So feet apart,
Yeah.
head down over the ball, and follow through. That's the last time I give you advice. Come on.
302. Sorry. 402.
Sorry? 111. Must have missed a coach.
Come on, let's get a couple of points.
111-2.
No answer for those.
No, it's too high. 7-1. Chase it, chase it. Nowhere near it. Your pedal was up here. No one's down there. Not really. Right, here we go. One 12. Okay.
Bugger.
112-2.
Now, did you serve that?
Yeah. 112. 2-12-2. You're backing away.
12-2.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Pan Pacific Masters Games here down in Currumbin. My name is Dylan Kimlin. Currently you are watching the players warm up for the 55 plus mixed gold medal match. We've had so many good games throughout the day. And as the tournament's slowly winding up, we have a couple more events throughout the afternoon, but this should be a great game to finish it off. Unfortunately, we've had a bit of a tumble on the other court for old Gail, who was in our commentary booth earlier today. He's had a bit of a fall. Now, this particular game that you're watching, we've got Heatsig and McCoy versus Team Collins. Collins and Collins. So we're just waiting for the official Katie to, and also, I guess, semi-tournament director Katie to jump on court and let everyone know what's happening. And as we've talked about earlier in the broadcast, essentially what the official's doing here is having a chat to all the players involved that sorry about that, I'm back. So essentially what the official's doing here is just having a chat about all the rules, scoring, what kind of ball they'll be using, what kind of calls that Katie will call. So when you have more than one official, they call certain things like kitchen lines and also just normal baseline calls. For this instance, I believe the official will just be calling the kitchen fault and serving faults as well as the score. That makes our life a lot easier here, so we don't have to stress about the score. Team Collins to serve on the left side, 0-0-2. There we go, it's 1-0-2. I was watching this team on the left play earlier on today, and the wind-up action on this drive.
1-0-2.
She absolutely tears into the ball.
Point. 2-0-2.
The windy conditions that we talked about earlier today have died down a little bit. Still a little bit blustery, but it's the nice kind of wind, where the ball isn't affected too much, but everyone still gets a bit of a breeze.
3-0-2.
Temperature is still relatively warm. It has dropped from what it was earlier today. It's just gone long.
4-0-2.
And Team Collins will be very happy here with their quick start.
Side out.
Called side out there by official Katie.
0-4-1.
Unfortunately, that's just gone long by the Heatsig McCoy side. Second server to go through.
0-4-2.
0-4-2. Unfortunately, that's been quite common throughout the tournament, where serves have gone wide.
Yes.
We've talked to multiple people throughout the event, and it hasn't just been the games that we've live streamed. It has been across the board. The wind has played havoc. It's a great defensive effort as we go into a dink rally, or rather straight up volley rally, as the players are striking the ball very hard. Team Collins to serve. Oh, that's unfortunate. The net roll catches them off guard.
5-0-2.
This is a very fast-paced game. We're up to 5-0. As I mentioned earlier, we've got a serving area.
0-5-1.
Side away, 0-5-1. That's a great return, right in the corner.
Second server.
For the viewers at home, we have mentioned returning.
052.
But what you want to typically do is aim as far back as possible. Within the corner or within a foot of the baseline if possible. You can see Collins are doing, Team Collins are doing that quite well at the moment. 1-5-2. Heatsick and McCoy to serve. And that is great pressure on the baseline there. As I mentioned earlier, they were striking the ball right within a foot of the baseline. Causes a pop-up, easy smash. 5-1-1, Collins to serve. And it's just gone too long there.
Second server.
Yeah, well done. I was a little bit worried that she might go in the kitchen there, but she's managed to keep herself out of trouble. Well played.
6-1-2.
6-1-2.
That's right, sorry. 6-1-2.
Now this game will go to 11. Should be a 3-setter. We'll be notified via official Katie if it's the case. If it's not the case, sorry. Oh, beautiful hands.
Side out.
Nice strikes across the board.
1-6-1.
1-6-1. Heatsick and McCoy to retain serve.
Second server. One, 6-2.
Yeah, we've all done it, unfortunately. Well, it's not unfortunate, but when you are playing with an official that is calling the score,
Point.
you must wait until the official calls the score before you are able to serve.
2-6-2.
A lot of players that have not played with an official before quite often forget that. So it's just good practice to wait. Nice pick up. Jeez, this is electric. Well played.
Side out.
Oh, some great shots across the board there. That ball was flying.
6-2-1.
6-2-1. Collins to serve.
Yes, just a little.
Those fences behind the courts have had a bit of a workout throughout the day.
You called it for me.
Lots of out balls, especially on this side on the right here with the wind pushing in.
Point.
That's unfortunate. Hit the white, as the common term is, when you hit the top part of the net.
7-2-2.
7-2-2. It's a beautiful strike. 2-7, side away. Heatsick and McCoy to serve.
2-7-1.
That's the top of the paddle. It's quite unfortunate. She's been striking the ball so well.
Point. 4-7-1.
There's a little bit of confusion there regarding whether the serve was in or not. That one has definitely gone
Second
long.
server. 4-7-2.
4-7-2.
Point.
5-7-2. Team from Heatsick and McCoy are getting a little bit of momentum here. A couple of quick points.
5-7-2.
Was there a double tap there? I don't believe I heard it. As a result, Team Collins get the ball back. was a bit too much of a low to high movement. Strikes the ball out.
7-5-2.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, we're watching the 55 plus mixed here at the Pan Pacifics. Oh, that's a great recovery. Still fighting. And that has just gone long.
Side out.
Official Katie over officiating the match. 5-7-1. Heatsick and McCoy to serve. Well played. Got the pop-up they wanted, and the result of a point.
6-7-1. Second server.
6-7-2.
6-7-2.
Oh, he's pirouetted and managed to pull it out. And Team Collins now on the defensive. Oh, a couple of out balls were hit then.
Side out.
Side away.
7-6-1.
7-6-1. Team Collins to serve. There's a beautiful return right on the line. And that has just gone too far. It's bounced over and hit Bruce Winther in the back.
Second server.
I'm not entirely sure what event is happening on over there. Looks like a lot of Noosa representatives battling it out on the course.
7-6-2.
Love to see the guys from up north have come down here to Currumbin today.
Point. Eight. Sorry, timeout. Sorry, timeout. Just put your glass down. 8-6-2.
Okay, we haven't had a timeout. We're just delayed serve. 8-6-2.
Side out. Six, 8-1.
So I don't know if you can see viewers on the camera angle there, but the sun is just starting to dip now. Temperature's starting to drop a lot more quickly. But as a result, also the wind has died off a little bit.
7-8-1.
Imagine we're not too far from the beach here. It'd be quite a pleasant evening, actually. It's a great pickup. Beautiful attack there by Team Collins. It's a nice close game. You love to see it. Only a point difference.
Side out.
Side away. 8-7-1. Still live.
Second server. 8-7-2.
We're talking about speed up of the net. As the Team Collins are just figuring out where they are on the court. It is something that is it's a beautiful drive down the line. A lot of players actively avoid trying to speed up other players in fear that they may hurt someone else.
Point.
As you get higher up in the more advanced echelons of play, you'll find it's a lot more common. It's 9-7-2. It's just gone long, unfortunately.
Point. Timeout.
They've got a timeout from Team Heatseek and McCoy. They get 1 minute.
saw Mike do it. I saw Mike. Team play. 10-7 on a clue. Out. Side out. Seven, 10, 1. Second server. Seven, 10, 2. Side out.
And here we have side out. Score is currently, as I wait for
10-7-1.
official Katie to score it, 10-7-1, match point to Collins. Actually, no, I believe this is a game to 15. Disregard that. It was a great shot. Oh no, it is a game to 11.
11-7. Changes.
So Team Collins take the first win.
Drink.
So now the players get a bit of a brief period of time before they jump into the next game. Good striking of the ball all across the board. Absolutely pristine afternoon here down in Currumbin. A lot of the players, the atmosphere is pretty relaxed actually. A lot of the hard-fought games earlier on today
Just a reminder to both teams, you've got 2 timeouts per set.
have resulted in a lot of the players just, I don't know, I think everyone's pretty tired. It has been a lot of hard-fought games and a lot of long games throughout the day today, so I think everyone that's still here is just enjoying some quality pickleball in the nice breeze. Start to see the sunset falling down.
Heatsig and McCoy to serve.
Thank you, official Katie is going to repeat that. Heatsig and McCoy will be the first serving side on the left. And on the right side we have Team Collins. This is game 2 of the 55 plus mixed gold medal match here at Pan Pacific Masters
0-0-2.
in Currumbin. 0-0-2.
Side
It's
out.
unfortunate, straight into the net. Side away, Team Collins to serve. 0-0-1.
0-0-1.
Bit of a miss hit there.
Second server. 0-0-2.
Great effort. It's just gone long.
Point.
Very good pressure there by Team Collins. I actually thought we may have seen a potential ATP, but it didn't happen.
1-0-2.
1-0-2.
Point.
We've seen that happen quite a few times this game thus far.
2-0-2.
It's been a pop-up and a hit straight down into the net. But we've all been there.
Point.
When you can see the ball right in the sweet spot, think too much about it, hit it straight into the net or hit it out of bounds.
0-2.
Sort of a rite of passage for most pickleball players, to be fair. But the trick is to get back on the saddle and make sure you don't do it again. And that's a toe crusher.
0-3-1.
0-3-1. Oh, that has just gone long.
Point. 1-3-1.
So for any viewers at home that might have tomorrow off work or looking to watch some of the live stream coverage. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's some great pickups during that. We will be doing the singles events tomorrow on Monday. So we should have some thrilling games there for anyone that is new to pickleball. Majority of it is played in the doubles format as we're currently watching. However, singles is starting to become quite popular here in Australia. Two, 3-2. It's a great serve, nice and deep. Heatsick and McCoy on a little bit of a roll here.
3-3-2.
That's unfortunate. There's that pop-up we were talking about.
3-3-1.
Team Collins to serve. And a sneaky drop shot. Unfortunately didn't pay off.
4-3-1.
These are long rallies thus far, both teams keeping it in play. That's a beautiful angle. Nice shot.
Second server.
So we'll walk back to the court. Bit of a breather.
4-3-2.
4-3-2. Tim Collins is serving. Ooh, unfortunately not enough top spin.
Side out. 3-4-1.
Heatsick and McCoy retaining serve. See if they can make the most of their opportunities, and they start off strong. 4-4. As you may have heard during the swap over, the official Katie did make it very clear that both teams do have timeouts and to utilise them should they need to. So going to a deep rally here. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Had the pop-up. Earlier in the broadcast we mentioned that a lot of teams don't use their timeouts. Ooh, that's a close one.
Second server.
Good attempt at poaching that, but unfortunately the lack of utilising timeouts really comes down to you might be putting yourself at a disadvantage.
5-4-2.
5-4-2. This is great pressure. Be interesting to see how Team Collins responds. And that just goes wide. That's well played by Heatsick and McCoy. They kept the angles tight enough that the Team Collins couldn't get an easy enough shot in return, but there we go. We're speaking about timeouts.
1 minute on the clock.
It is a good time to do a timeout by Team Collins. Just lost not motivation, they've just lost momentum. And can build some of that motivation I was just talking about. Heatsick and McCoy doing the same thing. Having a drink of water. Get a bit of a breather. And then they get to retain serve. We've had clouds floating around all day. I was a little bit worried when I drove in from north side of Brisbane this morning that the clouds would be a little bit gloomy and may ruin
6-4-2.
6-4-2, we may ruin the event, but the end result has been beautiful today. 6-4-2, that's Heatsig and McCoy to serve.
Point. Seven, 4-2.
On quite a bit of roll here.
Side out.
Sure enough, I say that and they go and make a mistake. Commentator's curse is very much a real thing. 4-7-1, Team Collins to serve.
4-7-1.
Now, for the viewers at home that are probably watching, you may have noticed that from the that's a great angle. From the side of Heatsig and McCoy, that they rushed up to the net, and then there's always one person that's up close to the net, and the remaining 3 players are not near the net during the start of a service, and that has just gone long. There is a reason for that. So in the sport of pickleball, the first 3 shots of the game, you have to allow it to bounce. So a server, you'll watch now, serves, has to bounce, the returner have to let it bounce, and then it's play on. The player that's at the net should always be standing, or the player that will be at the net is the one that is opposite the server, like directly facing opposite. So we'll see here with Heatsig and McCoy.
4-1.
You notice that we've got a person at the net. As a result of this, the person that is at the net at the start of the game will never get a ball that has to bounce. So after the 3rd stroke of the game, or 3rd stroke of the rally rather, that player can hit the ball, or any player rather, can hit the ball on the full. So we'll see here, bang, on the full. And the reason for that, or the reason why you start with the net, is because you're technically not going to get any balls on the full or any balls until that after the 3rd passage, which means you can hit it on the full.
4-2.
So it's not beneficial to stand at the baseline when you can stay at the net already, which causes ongoing pressure. That's a net roll there, and it's just resulted in a point for Heatsig and McCoy. 10-4-2, match point. Oh no.
Set. 11-4 to Heatsig and McCoy.
Going to game 3. Now, what will happen here is the players will swap.
Ends at 6.
There we go. As official Katie is just saying, we will swap at 6 points. Now, what that means is that the reason why we do that is because it is the last game. So the winner of this game will win the gold medal. And we swap at 6 because obviously it's just fair if both teams get an opportunity to play on both sides of the court.
So C. Collins and C. Collins to serve at the commence of set 3.
There we go.
Timeouts reset to 2.
Once again, you'll notice that timeouts there were mentioned. So every single game you get 2 timeouts, as well as a medical timeout. I will say, that is actually one positive of this event. I don't think I've seen an injury this entire event. Definitely a great effort to everyone involved. No one likes to see injuries, however, tournaments we do usually see a couple. I did see a lady walking around earlier in looked like medical attire, so I'm assuming she was the first aid representative for the event. Looks like Team Collins are going to be the first to serve. Heatsig and McCoy just having a chat.
C. Collins and C. Collins to serve. 0-0-2.
So 0-0-2, we're up to game 3 with the 55 plus mixed gold medal match. And that is a strong way to start the game. Collins get the first point of the game. unfortunate there. And that's side away. 0-2-1. Team Heatsig and McCoy.
0-2-1.
To serve. That's unfortunate.
Second server.
And that there, we're talking about players being at the net early. As you can see here on Team Collins, they have one player at the net. It actually adds an element of intimidation. When you go for this shot here, that third shot drop or third shot drive, the first thing you see when you look up is just someone standing at the net. And that does play into a lot of players' minds. When your peripheral vision directly ahead of you, you see someone. So it's 2-0-1, Collins to serve. That's a good effort. Good time for a drop as well. So for the viewers at home that are wondering why do people play up in the net, that is why you do it. If you're ever versing a team that's sitting on the baseline, just drop it into the net. Or into the kitchen rather. Don't drop it into the net. When you drop it in the kitchen, it will usually result in a pop-up or a strike or a net shot. A ball hits the net, resulting in a point for your team. 0-2-1. It's just gone a bit wide there.
Second server.
Heatsig and McCoy currently serving. 0-2-2.
0-2-2.
That's a nice deep third shot drop. Catching Collins off guard there.
1-0-2. No, 1-2-2.
1-2-2.
1-2-2.
2-2-2.
2-2-2.
We'd have to give a very big shout out to all of the tournament staff today. They've made a great effort in quite a smooth tournament. I've seen a lot of happy, smiling faces throughout the day. Players that have really enjoyed themselves, and 3-2-2, and they've just had a good time. You love to see it. So well done to all involved with the organisation of this event. Heatsig and McCoy building some pretty steady momentum here. It's just gone long. 5-2-2.
5-2-2. Replay point.
Whoa. Now the rules would dictate, well, we'll just go with what the officials gone with, and that a replay was called. Team Collins capitalise. And this is why we have an official for these games, especially for a medal match. Players usually will dispute calls. 2-5-1, Team Collins to serve. And that's a great shot. he climbed the ladder and got up there. And Heatsick and McCoy find themselves serving once more.
You don't got it. 5-2-1.
5-2-1. That's a nice third shot. Or actually rather, fourth shot. Caused Heatsick and McCoy to lose the point. Second serve.
5-2-2.
Oh, nice pick up. Oh, unfortunate. Great hands there by Collins. Unsure if related to the superstars in the States.
2-5-1.
2-5-1. Team Collins to serve. There we go, we mentioned it earlier. Reversing a team that's staying on the baseline, you just drop it into the kitchen. That's really well played.
2-5-2.
Beautiful pickup. And another great pickup. What a rally. Beautiful. That is a very good point from both sides there. Well done. 3-5-2. Collins to serve. So it's side away. Now when we say side away, it sounds pretty weird. But what it means is that the opposing side has gained serve. So we see here we've got Heatsick and McCoy. 5-3-1. As I was mentioning earlier, that 1 signifies that they are using their first server in the team. As official Katie has just said. Second server, so now it is 5-3-2.
5-3-2. Side out. Three,
3-5-1. Team Collins to serve. Yeah, nice recovery. Beautiful hands. When those balls strike those nets at pace, it can be quite confusing sometimes. But we've seen quite a few throughout this process of this game, and the players have responded very well.
Second server.
4-5-2. Here we go.
4-5-2.
Got to keep positive throughout these games, especially the long, grueling tournaments. Unfortunate. Team Heatsick and McCoy run to fire there by the fast drives from Collins' side.
5-5-2.
5-5-2. We have ourselves a close game. A bit of a lapse in communication there. 5-5. So as I said at the start, once the team reaches the 6th point, they will rotate.
5-5-1.
5-5-1. Heatsick and McCoy are currently serving. Nice thinking. 5-5-2.
You guys are serving. 5-5-2.
That's a good reason why we have an official.
5-5-2.
5-5-2. Oh, great effort.
6-5-2.
6-5-2. The players will now swap ends. And while we're doing that, I'd like to thank the reason why we've been able to do this live stream today. So, we'd like to thank GemLife for sponsoring the live stream for today's event. GemLife are a leading developer of luxurious over-50s lifestyle resorts located in premium locations all over Australia. Whether you're looking for a sea change or a tree change, there is something for everyone. Now you can locate GemLife on www.gemlife, so GEMLIFE.com.au. Now it's mentioned a sea change. I'll tell you right now, we're getting a bit of a sea breeze currently. It's absolutely lovely.
6-5-2. Yeah.
As the teams get back on the court, Heatsick and McCoy,
Actually,
6-5.
sorry, you guys are on the wrong side.
That's a very good call. Let's talk about that. So
Yes.
when you swap courts,
6-5-2.
quite often players will be unsure about what side of the court they need to be on. And official Katie was right on it there and has just given some healthy recommendation to relocate to the appropriate sides of the court. So Team Collins have now retained serve. 5-6-1.
5-6-1.
There's middle of the riddle. And we talked about communication earlier today in today's broadcast. That's definitely something that if you and your partner find that you're doing exactly what Heatsick and McCoy just did, where you both go for the same ball, just need to have a chat. Figure it out. Who takes the middle balls?
Point.
Team Collins survive on the baseline.
7-6-1.
7-6-1.
Second server.
And that was a great defensive effort there by Heatsick and McCoy.
7-6.
Under siege by the firepower of Collins. Managed to pull themselves through. That's a great shot. So another thing we're seeing quite a lot of, because it's 8-6-2 to Collins, there's been a lot of blocking this game. For players that might be a little bit timid at the net because they're concerned about copping fast balls, that's a great shot there. I'd recommend talking to the host of your session, or if you have a coach at your club, have a chat to them about blocking. Once you learn how to block, those fast drives suddenly become opportunities for you to score it. Heatsick and McCoy are now serving.
6-8-1.
6-8-1. Now there is a great opportunity, or a great example of an opportunity of a block becoming a scoring shot.
7-8-1.
Backhand roll has resulted in Heatsick and McCoy getting a point. Bang. And I believe that has just gone wide.
Second server.
It's a good way to finish the afternoon. Nice close match.
7-8-2.
7-8-2. It's a great effort. Unfortunately, just a bit too low.
8-8-2.
8-8-2.
Side out.
Team Collins to gain the serve. Bit Bit of a firefight there. Collins
8-8-1.
takes the point in that instance. 8-8-1. That was a great defensive effort. The team Collins ended up winning the point, but I think there was multiple resets or attempts at a reset or a recovery shot there. Momentum on Collins' side, 9-8.
9-8-1.
That was well played.
Second server.
Nice composure. And great effort from Team Collins too. A lot of running there. 9-8-2.
9-8-2.
It's a good time to leave it. Come on. Just went a little bit farther.
10-8-2.
And we have a gold medal point. 10-8-2.
Side out.
If Collins had moved out of the way there, they'd have a gold medal. Heat Seeker McCoy get another opportunity. 8-10-1. Bit of a lapse of communication there from the Collins side of the court.
Time taken by receiving team.
We've had a timeout. So it's currently 9-10. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the players have left their paddles on the court. The reason being is so they remember where they have to stand when they come back from the timeout.
Somehow, we've been led to believe that older is boring. Hidden inside some kids are old souls with a laugh that could have been around for centuries and a fierce spirit of independence. And hidden inside most over 50-somethings are those same kids. It's your life, and life is what you make it. So, what are you waiting for?
Sides there, just confirming that the serving side is correct. It's a beautiful pickup. And the call is out.
Yes. 10-10-1.
10-10. Now, we had a game like this earlier on today. So what will happen here is that the players will continue playing until one team gets ahead by 2 points. 10-10-1. Oh, what a rally. There's well over 20 shots there. Well done. And now we have a gold medal point once again. However, it's for the other side with Heat Seeker McCoy.
11-10-1. Game, set, match, Hudson and McCoy.
And that has resulted in a gold medal for Heat Seeker McCoy. Thank you to official Katie. Did well. And that is a good way to end the day, I believe. And we're going to call it here today, guys. And ladies watching at home, it's been an absolute pleasure here at Currumbin. And tomorrow we have singles events on as well. I'll be commentating those as well. So please tune in once again on the Facebook and YouTube accounts that you're currently watching on. We'll be in the same place. Thank you for everyone that's tuned in. We've had an absolute ball here, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.